let's put also some good music. Guaro, hello. Let's put our playlist. Yes, let's put our playlist. Since you're here, Guaro, I'm putting the music that we all picked. Hello. Wait, I was looking for a coaster. Where are all the other coasters? Lost. Where is the... Oh, the coffee machine is being shipped. Coffee machine is being shipped. Hi, Euribor. Hello. Hi. Welcome in. Hi, Lorenzo. Sorry. Yes, sorry. Sorry. Yes, I know I was late. I know. I have no excuse. I'm sorry. I was being a lazy butt. I'm sorry. Sometimes it happens. Hi, Ale. Hello. I was actually like playing a little bit of like Valorant and I was like, hi Gabo, hello. Hi Pedro, hi. I was not lazy to come on stream, I was lazy to study. Because now we're gonna be studying, now we're gonna be doing the Python homeworks, you know? Hoping that, it's fine Lorenzo, I know. Now we have to do the homeworks, hoping that the ankle not just bother us. Lando, I'm so fucking proud of you. Oh my god, you are amazing. You are indeed amazing. Good job. Good job. Yeah, no, what I was doing some... if I don't invite people, it's mostly because I want to rank. So I'm either inviting people with like higher ranks or I'm not inviting anyone. That's, you know. But what exam exactly? What is the exam that you passed? I'm so fucking proud. Let's go. For real. Still, the train doesn't want to work. I don't know why. Let's close it. There we go. Machine learning. Okay, that is a difficult. Hi Samuel. Hello. Wait, I haven't even opened Discord of the entire day of today. Yeah, let's go. Did you go to the gym today? Did you do something? Did you work out? Have you been healthy towards yourself? Do you know how much your body is like... Will Ank be here today? I wish not. Because you don't know, but... No? You should. Good morning, Jalford. Because whenever I do the homeworks for him, then he starts complaining because I'm not doing it as he wants me to. And then it's like, oh, that's no, it's supposed to be done, yet we still achieve it. Yeah. You know, basic, Ank, to be honest. Ank-splaining, exactly. I don't want Ank explaining himself here. Let's all say hi to Ank now in chat. No, I was expecting that. You go cycling somewhere? Where are you gonna go? Trump and Biden? Who? What? Are you saying that one of us is Trump and the other one is Biden? What? Hi Kendrick, hello. People, are you ready for today? Is it your very first time here on a nerd day? Winrad, hi! Hello. Oh, I haven't done the story on Instagram. And also, wait, this. You should shush. You should shush. Okay. Is there a way that I can... No, I cannot make it happen. That's fine. Hi, Riki. Hello. Every day's a nerd day? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. People, maybe I'll choose a random direction and see where my likes will... Oh, that's fine. That actually looks very, very nice. Wait, let me do the Instagram thingy. I don't like the light in this room, but it's... fine. I'm gonna have to deal with it. Oh, shit. Okay. Hi, Nefarious. Hi. Python not with Ank. Not with Ank. Do you actually want Ank all the time? I feel like Ank is like the parent. Let's have some free time without Ank, right? Cringe picture, but let's go. The nerd day. Wait, why I cannot... Why are you taking a picture? What is happening to my keyboard? Okay. Okay. Wait. Oh, almost done. Almost done, I promise. How do I... Okay. Okay. I'm getting faster at doing this. Alright. Hi, Dax! Hello, welcome in. Today is gonna be a little bit of a different stream than usual. Today we're gonna be learning how to code with Python and also how to do some web development. Very happy that you're here, Dax. We're gonna go back to like doing the co-working stream on Monday. I don't like the light. I don't like the light in here. I'm gonna close a couple of things. Wait. Let me close. Too much light in here. Oh, but I'm keeping the window open. Did something change? I don't think so. I don't think anything changed. Shit. Anyway. Camera is on a different angle. Yeah, because today we're not going to be doing like a working stream. Yes, I woke up like hours ago, Piekon. I woke up like at 7. But then... I'm sorry I sent you a Spotify link on Insta. Won't happen again. Why did you send... What? I didn't even notice. Oh, the next year? Of course, Dario Cube. Are you gonna join us? Time to learn. Hell yeah. Hi, Shush. Hello. What is the thing that we're using for this one? Hi, Shush. People, how are you doing? Do you have plans for the weekend? Do you have something coming up? YouTube link for Python? Do exclamation mark Python. I think there you find all the information. Why are you speaking in English? I'm speaking in English because beads. When I started the channel back then, I was studying in English and I was working in English. And I don't know, it came natural. So since then, I stayed like that. Hi, Jampo. Hi, Spark. Hi, Sven. You're Indian? That's fine. And why do you have to put that many question marks? What's happening? What's going on? People, oh my god, hi Spark. I feel like I lost so much knowledge on Python. I hope it will not be too bad today. I hope I will not be too bad. How you life good? I good, thank you, Lip. Appreciate you. Good morning, Kaza. What happened to my finger? So like I got one nail removed because it was hurting. And then we found that there's like blood under. So like I'm keeping it safe. You're gonna ace it? Thank you, Sven. Mean statement about not knowing much about Python before. Anyway. Thank you, Jofford. No, let's co-working. It's okay. Mental health exceeding. It's okay. Let's remove the ASMR maybe. And let's put coding. There we go. Python lesson with your house on The Sims. I really want to play The Sims again. I really want to play The Sims again. What do I think about Pinerolo? It's a nice city. Chip, hi! The training was really good. The training was really good. Thank you, Jalford. Yes, a different camera angle whenever we're studying, whenever we're working on stuff, we have a change of camera angle. Yep, that's what happens. That is what happens. But are you ready for today? What is this? I don't need this. Are you ready for today? I don't do it. I don't do that one, Piekon. I don't do that one because it's not good for my structure. I'd rather do like things on my back. You know, so like raising more. That means like more like raising from down. If that makes sense. I will, Sash. I will. I'm not teaching you. I'm following some classes, so I'm gonna repeat my class with you. Hi, Sushi Monster. This is dope angle. Hi, Monir. Hello. Hi. I'm doing good, Sushi. There's Sushi and Sushi Monster. Hello. Welcome, both of you. Daisy, hi. Hello. People, so I also... Okay. I haven't done these yet, but I actually wanted to while we wait for people to join, I wanted to show to you these tattoos that I got for myself. I don't know. I'm just gonna try them out. And you were thinking about the tattoos? Same. So the idea is like, I want to become like a tough one. I have, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 of these. Python, one of the more comically ironic language. Comically? Ironic? What? No, I want to go for, so I have a lot of them, right? And I just said the number, I already forget. 8 of them. So it is Ben. I'm not sponsored or anything by these. I just wanted to like look cool for once. So I wanted, like, since I think that they did a mistake and they sent me this twice, I was thinking about making this one somewhere, but I have to like plan where I want to put them. So first I'm gonna show them all to you. And if you see them like they're light color, they're gonna be like dark on the skin later, okay? So I have this one. They're all very, I don't know. This one. No, actually no, not real Olivia. Hi Span, hello. Hi Benny. On the forehead, I swear. Hi kiddos, welcome in. That study streamer, but you, right? I want to become a gangster. Then we have this one. This is like the one that they send me, like 2 that are the same one, and I find it extremely nice. This is one of my favorite ones. Trasferelli live. Trasferelli. What is Trasferelli? Then we have this one. It's a little bit cringe, but I saw it and I was like, you know what? Maybe we need this. Come on, Cam. Camera! I swear! What if I put the... What is the... Why if I put a hand behind, it works and it not... I swear. Anyway. Look at this stupid. Okay. This one that says you are enough. This one is like nice. I was thinking like maybe on the hand. You know, oh, listen to this. This is very, very poetic. Listen to this. Camera will only talk to the hand. I know it's a little... Okay, listen. I know it's a little bit cringe. I know. Okay. But I was thinking, to make it even more cringe, let's make it also poetic. All right. So what, you know that whenever I have to remind myself things that are very important and I will forget, I write them right here. Right? What if? Is it more or less cringe? Why is it today? I just showed you 1 to 2. How is the entire stream now cringe? It's more cringe? Alright. Okay. Do it, you're commit. I thought it was like cute, you know? Plus it's like, yeah. 1 more per finger? No, that will be too much. Hi, Zilla. Hello. You love this idea? Okay, it's a little bit cringe. Okay, so then I need you to tell me where should I put them. Yeah, we're going to do the homeworks, Mickey. We're going to do them like in 20 minutes, okay? It cringe 10 out of 10. Alright. Then I have another one of the Suck It Up. Another one of this. I told you already. Then we have this one, which is cool. Which is like very cool. Alright. But like these ones, I would like to like put it here, but I think it will be like too normal. Or here, it will be too normal maybe. You know, like it's basic. Hi Justy. Hi Alex. Oh, I just removed a finger, a nail. They say like for 2 weeks. How much time do I spend to achieve this pronunciation? I don't know, Ricky. I haven't like checked it. It's not a pharmacy symbol. It's not. It is not the pharmacy symbol. It's just. Listen. This is similar to your tattoo? Really? Where do you have it, Sven? Sven, where do you have it? No, but I want it to be like showed. Like when I'm like here studying, I want to look like a badass study streamer, you know? Like this one. I think. Oh, I like this one. Then we have this teeny tiny one. I swear. Oh, okay. A little bee. A bumblebee. A bumblebee. I think this is cool. I think that this one will be here. Like this one on the neck. You think? Like here. Oh, shit. I see it. I actually see it. I actually can see it here. I want to be Tamarro. I want to be extremely like G-Fedits. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What? My t-shirt is cool. How are you saying that my t-shirt is not a badass? That's too. I want to look like a Maranza. I want people to look at me and be like, what is she studying? How to cut drugs? You know, that kind of badass. Like here. Ah? Okay, I'm thinking about this. The bumblebee, I think that it will be like cute, like either here or here.
Like Nanny?
I would love to look like Nanny. No, I don't have to tell you anything, but I'd love to look like, you know, the female version of Nanny. Exactly. Exactly. Like, maybe not here. Yeah, but Bumblebee is too cute. I agree with you, but not if you like, you know, what if I put it here? Am I badass enough in here? Like, this is it, yeah. Middle chest. Middle chest, I have another one, which is this one, I think. This one, I was thinking right here. I don't want to make it like sexual or something, but on the up higher side of my chest. You know? Right? Something was so wrong with that. What? When am I gonna do a real tattoo? I don't know. So we're not gonna do this one live. Fuck you, Piekon. Like this one. Look at this. But then I have one of my favorite. This is my favorite. This goes on the shoulder. I don't like it on the shoulders. I like it like, okay. These are your tattoos? You feel so big. I'm not basic, Sven. Send me a picture of your tattoos. Send it to me on Discord. So then we can do a little like recap. This is one of my favorite ones. This is one of my favorite ones. At the beginning, how I was thinking was this one here and this one here. Like, it's fine now. Subtara Rouge, thank you so much for the friend. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much for it. Welcome in. Medusa is so cool. Medusa is so cool. Plus, if... What happened? Tommy! Tommy! Thank you so much. Tommy, grazie mille. Wait. 2 mesi? Since when? 2 months. But, oh my god. I know it's go. I know them in person. I know their name is actually Tommy. But I appreciate you, Piekon, for wonder. What is happening? Can we chill a little? But can't help it. This is Guaro? Yes, this is Guaro. I knew it! I knew it even before looking at it. Guaro, appreciate you for the gifted one. Mio padre. Wait, I think, Guaro, you're 68 now? Aren't you? 69! Congrats, Guaro, for getting to the 69th gifted sub. Appreciate you. Orange! What? Orange, thank you so much. Thank you for the prime. People, that's a newbie. Give them smells, please. Sniff them. They smell like new. Appreciate you. We're already at 6. What's going on? What? Did they open the cages like in this second? What happened? Like this bare second? They like, Cician, hi, by the way. 19, hi. Winrad, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. The cages? That's what they say in Italy. They don't say it. They hanno aperto le gabbie. They don't say it in other languages, no? You tried. We need Sheena for a tip on the tattoos. I think you are right. But I think that she's on vacation right now. What? No, I saw it, but I was like answering to others. I got them from a website on the internet. You can also get your custom one. Someone got it? No, they opened them. Kinda. But I appreciate you people so much for the trade. Welcome in, everyone. To find more suitable accommodation? No, but so like this is the idea of my tattoo. So I was thinking this one here. Tell me if I'm alright. This one, you sent it to me on Discord. Did you actually? Basic. Can I show them? Can I show them? Is it okay if I show your tattoos? But yeah, these are actually kind of basic though. But yes, I can. Okay, look at the. These are Vans. These are Vans tattoos. Look at this. Look at this. Oh.
Noise. 69 donations. Now you'll know two things. The theory is at work as you can see, and the next milestone is at 71. Smile.
What is 7? Oh no! I know what 71 is. I already learned. I learned my lesson. Mickey! Mickey, I appreciate you. Mickey, thank you so much. No, don't ask. Steve, no, don't ask what 71 is. Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't ask. Mickey, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in, fresh newbie. Don't ask chat what 71 is. You're good. You're good. You don't need it. You don't need it. Are just above the butt. What? The snake above the butt? What? Why? By the way, this is their tattoo. Noto che hai fatto dei corsi. Did you see that? Did you notice? It's 61 plus 2 chat. Thank you, Ank, for being in chat and providing your perfect knowledge on things in here. Thank you. Yes, Steve. Yes, that's it. Yeah. I'm looking it up and I don't fully understand. No, Jaffa, don't look it up. No, chat. Look at what you're doing. You're twisting, Jaffa. No, Jaffa, you're a sweet soul. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, you don't want me here? No, it's fine. You can say. Ivan! Fuck the watch. I'll never stop liking this song, by the way. Ivan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the prime. We got to the third level. We got to the third level of the train. People, I appreciate you so freaking much. What is loading down there in the corner? What is this thing loading? What the? Hi, APK. Oh, yeah, and we were talking about the tattoos. But I'm gonna turn out into being Amaranza. But, so this is someone else, some like Sven tattoo. And then they have also this one, which is exactly this one. But mine is a cooler version. As you can see, my version is cooler because it's minimal. Ank, will you ever do tattoos to yourself? Will you ever? Are you open to do tattoos on your body? I think that Ank... Oh, imagine... We should have done it. If you don't know, I did like a Ankstream makeover. So like I switched a little bit up. No, hi Kicker. Sorry, yes, we are starting. Yeah, we just started and we just wanted to say hi to everyone. I promise we're gonna get to be like actually productive. I did like an Ankstream makeover, so I switched him up from being like a nerd, from being a nerd with different clothes. That's it. But we could have done with more tattoos. We could have like, I could have used tattoos on him. We could have like put a lot of tattoos on. Oh my god, Ank, we missed an opportunity. I have to come back to Turin. So we can get you some tattoos. Hi, agent. You said I was actually almost... Yeah, you were almost decent. Tattoos will look so good on you, though. Tattoos will look so good. We're gonna start to work. I promise. So, do we have to... What was the last thing that we did? We did Letsune... Which one did we do? Which one did we have? Troppo pelo per fare da su Ank. No, he does. I don't think that Ank is that like full of hair. Like as I saw him, like he only has a beard. That's it. I don't know in other places though. No. Pure water, questa è mia. Which one? Pure water. Which one? With a joke and Zeppelin. What is that sad face? And what is that sad face? See, Python programmer meets a C++, their whole world explode. Oh shit. Oh shit. How do I just said it. I don't know. I saw it like here. Like here, usually people have like a lot of hair. That's why I believe people are very hairy. There are 6 lessons on YouTube. I fucking love you, Ashkelon. I so fucking love you. So, we have to do a little bit of like, we have to check back the homeworks from the people. Can we get back into Python? Don't ask me about hair. What the heck? What is this song? Exactly, Pika, Zio Pinolo. Can we... Peli tatuati. People, can we please... Can we please... Mi dedica... No, wait. Can we start to work, please? Oh my god. You're such a... What are these? Let me put these on. I'm putting all the tattoos away. It's my fault. I know, it's my fault. I should know that you're procrastinators. And like, if I start to talk about different things, you're gonna for sure bring the conversation into different places. My bad. My fault. I fuck you. It's my fault. Yeah. I swear. I need a new alert, Jofford. I need a new alert. The alert is gonna be egg. That's the alert. Anyway, shall we? Stack Overflow is a great resource. A lot of love for Guado. I appreciate you, even though you're a little bit of a pain. Over and over at a time. Yes. Oh, for the tattoos. All right. Don't leave is my favor. Okay, let's talk about Python. All right. Let's go to Python. Let's have a meaningful conversation about Python. All right. So, talking about where the last time. Let me just move myself. What's going on with you? Oh, so close to the train. No! Chopper, no! Alder, thank you so much for the 4 months with the Prime. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Chopper, no, don't fall into that. Don't fall into those jokes. Shit. Last lesson was lesson 6. You have to do that homework and I will not participate. Chat, can you please clip that message? Can you please take that message and just save it somewhere? He said he's not gonna help us. He's not gonna be of any help today. I give it around... Last lesson you didn't join Discord. You wrote the code in there. You didn't join, but you just joined this platform and you wrote it by yourself. Look at this guy, I swear. Anyway. Let me just turn this one on. What's the finta in mezzo alle canzoni che... I don't know, most probably. How many did you add? How many did you add? Yeah, turn it on. What is this song? Alright. Let me put in mixed. Okay. Okay! So, talking about it here. 2030, oh shit. Let's go back through what we said in the last class with Ang, alright? Let's just get through the things that we did the last time. So we have to refresh our memory. You know that the best way is to revise the notions in your head, all right? I removed so many songs. Someone also put in Trap God. If you're not Italian, and if you're Italian, you don't want to know about that person, but... Okay, so the last class was actually very... How do you feel about the previous classes? How do you feel about the previous classes? Before, like, this one was about memory. How do you feel about the other ones? Not out of blue, it was... Rolex. How do you feel about the previous classes? The previous ones were variables. The previous ones were variables, conditions, input, while, list, for, dictionary. Is there one of these that you don't remember? It's okay, Alter. I appreciate you being here. I really appreciate you being here. The Einaudi? Oh, shit, you're close by. Hello, announce. So then we have sets, tuples, string manipulation functions. Then we have import, list, files. Then we have JSON, requests, and exceptions. Pedro, yeah, you got it, you got it. All right. Hi, Dori, hello. How do you feel about these things in Python? How is your knowledge on those? Sì, Catriel, sono italiana, ciao. This code is public. If you do exclamation mark Python, you have this entire like class available, made by the Fun Inc. How or where did you learn English? I learned it mostly like by going abroad or like talking to people in English. No, Steve, don't ask chat. Don't ask chat. Stay pure, please. What's the end goal of this project? Okay, starting from the beginning. We're gonna be learning Python, or at least I'm graduating data science and digital marketing, right? But it's been like ages since I haven't been coding in Python, and I feel like I'm missing some things because maybe they went a little bit too fast into teaching us Python, and I'm missing some basics. So the idea is to get those basics back with you also, and then to go back like to work with Enk on a project on NLP. So it's like natural language processing. So like analyzing some tweets from 2013, I think, from 2013 till now. So we have a lot of years. Sure. So we have a lot of years to analyze, and we can do a lot of cool things. But first we need to 2019. Okay, it was, yeah. So we have a lot of things to learn from the basics to then work on it. All right, very close, Jeff. Very close. Wait, let me. Okay, these ones are gonna kill my brain if I keep wearing them. Oh shit, where are the others? I'm just gonna have to do like this. I'm gonna use my headset as a speaker. Don't do it at home. All right, so starting lesson number 6. What we were, not the homework. So lesson number 6, we were talking about memories. I don't know what you remember, but we were talking about. Let's get through the class so we can all learn. Oh, this one. Is this one? Is this one the one that you were using, Enk, to explain to us the memory part? Oh, let me see. Let me open a new one. Yes? Okay. Let's go. Okay. So, let's go back to this one. Okay. Ketra, there is no need, for real. There is no need. Tweets analysis, I already know how to code it, so I'm interested in second part. You have to ask to the professor. And when do you plan to start with the old coding and project? Okay, so the idea is this is gonna be a little bit of a particular class. We're not gonna learn anything new, but we're gonna learn how. We're gonna go into details of the things that we learned so far. Especially, we're gonna be studying how Python treats and interprets the code. So we're gonna be visualizing the code in this website that you find here, and we're gonna be talking about stack and heap. I remember that I did. Oh, it's in the other room. You donate me. Okay, whatever, Catrio. It's fine. Stack is like a little pile on which you can put all the different variables. Well, heap is the zone where all these objects are, and they are referred to the variables with pointers. I think that this is written like this is not understandable. But if we look at if we look at this code, all right. So, oh, is there like, I remember there was like a, how do you put it in? How do you put it in a dark mode before you all start screaming at me? Mi hai rotto un cazzo. Okay. Okay. How do you put people hours? How did you put the Anchor? Come back here. How do you put the freaking dark mode? Before you start, put what? Dark mode. Why is it all white? Lena? I think Lena is in my bag. Has it always been this white? You write your eyes. I know. I think it wasn't dark. No. Oh, it's a dark reader. It's a extension. Oh. All right, people, you're gonna deal with this. Enjoy the whiteness. So, it's gonna show us what the computer behind does. So, what it does here, it's a equals 10. It creates in a global frame. It creates a variable and it defines it as a. From September in Italy, yeah. Ank. And it does the same with B, right? It creates another variable and it saves it as B. Let me just make it bigger for you. And it saves it as B. You're actually a genius. Inspect. Body, background. But then the text is gonna be, oh, let's go blue. Is it worst? Maybe like yellow? What about yellow? This should hurt less your eyes. This should hurt less your eyes. This should hurt less your eyes, alright? Thank you for the tip. Alright. This should be fine. Stop complaining. This should be alright. Alright? This is better. Alright. So what it does here, what is it gonna do for C equal A plus B? Yellow is the color of insanity. What? So what it's gonna do here is gonna be taking A plus B, and it just creates it's just gonna go what is A, go look what A is, go what B is, and then it's gonna create a new variable with A plus B. Can read better black on white instead white on black. Okay. So this is what happens here, all right? This is what it creates. It creates different, in a same global frame, it creates different variables. But what if we have something a little bit more complex, like L here? What is L gonna do? Oh shit, every time we have to like, all right. What L is gonna do, since it's like a little bit of, I haven't yet, Alejo. Since it's like a more complex object, it's not gonna create like we have to think about frames as a very stupid and basic, super basic memory, right? It doesn't have enough. It's like my brain, all right? It doesn't have enough space in it, all right? So I cannot keep in my brain too many informations. Instead, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna have a notebook where I write the things, where other things in there. So I just have to remember where is my notebook, and that's it. Easy, all right? So in this case, it created a new variable called L, and it just points to another object that is here, all right? And you go and create a pointer that points to the object. All right, this is how it works. Oh, let me change the... Actually, mods, can you try to do set game? I want to see if it works. Software development. Yeah, it linked a list. And it does the same for all the others. For all of these, it's going to do the same, all right? Also for this one, for LD. Next. Oh no, yeah, for LD. Okay, look at how LD looks. LD is a dictionary, and it has the ID, the username, and then it has friends. Hi, Skal. And it has friends. Friends as their value is another list. So it's another complex object. So it doesn't have also this one doesn't have enough memory to put something in it. So it's just saying like every time that we have another like complex object, we just have to create another one, and instead of writing the object in there, we put a pointer. So in this case, we have the global frame LD that points to ID, username, and friends dictionary, and friends has another pointer that sends to this list. There we go. So, oh, and then if we append blah 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 blah, we did that. Let me drink some more coffee. Okay, so let me see what is going on in the chat. It points to the first object? No. No, it points to an area of the memory where the list is hosted. But if the list is formed of many objects, it has to point to only one of them, which is gonna be the first one. No, you see the arrow where it goes? It goes on all of it, the entire thing, not the first part of the object. I think. Anyway, moving on. For example, what do you expect from this one? What do you expect from this one? Do you see it well enough? Here we have a list with different things in it. With different complex... Here we have a list with small lists in it. What do you expect? Do you have any expectations from this visualization? Visualize it. Okay. Do you have any idea of how this one will work? Shit, I'm thirsty. You can also say no, it's fine. It's fine. Array of arrays, hell yeah. 4 different pointers. From where? From where, Eury? From where are the 4 different pointers? Because how it is gonna look like, it's like this. So it's gonna create an object with the list. It doesn't care that there is stuff in it. It's still gonna create a list. And then each object, it goes to a different one. 1 plus 4 pointers, yes. Yes, Kara, hell yeah. Yes, yes, you're right, you're right. So that's where it is gonna go. So like this, okay. And then 4 element in L, new element equals Z. Oh yeah, then we have the thing that sometimes you can access to it, sometimes you cannot. That. Okay, fair enough. That was the class. To be honest, I don't know if we need that for our homework, because you know that the object that we're gonna be doing today is actually to, can I have the markdown? Okay. This is what we're actually gonna be working on today. The homeworks that we have. All right. Okay, I didn't know. So, 6 API. We had access to the API of Deezer, but they already got the data, the most important data for us downloaded, and we have them right here. No, data here. We have the artists with their ID right here, and so that's okay. What we already did. Oh no, we had. Okay, we have to do these offline. Well, what we already did in live last Sunday, and it was in Italian, was... Is it Bello Figo? I'm scared of the songs that you're gonna listen to. I'm just gonna switch. I don't really... I love you, but this playlist sucks. There we go. Anyway. You knew only about lists, tuples, and dictionaries, and sets also. Anyway, in live what we did is like we were able to create a program that once you write in it two authors, it's gonna tell you which, and it's gonna ask you oh no, it's different. Sorry. It's gonna be like he tells you two authors, and he's gonna ask you which one has the most albums between the two, and you have to choose one of them, and then if you're right, it's gonna say you're right, otherwise no. Okay, so we have, if you want to try it, let's see if we made it. Fred tickled a fluffy hamster. Oh, that's, oh my god, that's something. No, it is that one. What is this? What did you do, Ank, here? What is it? There we go, that's him coming here to cancel everything. What is that? What were you doing with the hamsters? Ank, what happened? What were you doing with the hamsters? I do whatever I want. Shit, this. In my private time, forget about it. What the fuck? What were you doing with our poor hamsters? What the fuck? What the heck? I will not participate, copium fear. So yeah, we have. It is running the right one, so let's see if we run it. Okay, it's gonna ask us which one. It's in Italian. I'm sorry, I'm gonna translate to you. Which one has Isabella? Isabella, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. How are you doing? How is it going? How is it going?
Did you hear about the actor who fell through the floorboards? He was just going through a stage.
I see you've been very well inspired by my dad jokes, but welcome in, Isabella. Welcome in. So here, the point is that the program is asking us. Hi Vic Jim, happy to be here. So it's gonna ask you which one between these two authors has the most albums, and you have to answer with one or two. Like, is it Michael Jackson or Gali? I think that is Michael Jackson. So I write 1. Correct. Michael Jackson has 36 albums, while Gali has 18 albums. Wanna continue, and then you can decide like that. So that is that's what we did for the first homeworks. All right. I need to honor your jokes. Thank you. So then moving on, that was the very first homework. Then we have second homeworks. Puoi mettere sottotitoli? There are, but they are in English. I cannot find a way to put them in Italian, and plus these subtitles are still shit. I don't know how to fix that. I'm trying. I'm really trying. Why do we have the break count, by the way? Wait, let me remove that before you start thinking that you're gonna go. Why I cannot even see it? Where is it? You can see it too, right? It's right there. Sub count, no. Oh, break count, there we go. There we go. Anyway. Affa, non posso mettere i sottotitoli, vorrei metterli ma non riesco a metterli in italiano, ce li sono in inglese anche se fanno pietà e non riesco a cambiarlo al momento, se mi crasha OBS. Anyway. Oh, thank you, Enk, for translating. Thank you, Enk, for translating. So then we have, he's asking us to draw the state of the memory row per row of the following program. Definition, doubler for I. Oh, all right. He wants us to do that. So, we have never drawn like something like this. And there we go. We haven't seen how methods works in stack and heap. Let's try to think about how it could look like. So drawing, you actually mean drawing, right? I can actually do a little bit of a drawing. Let me see. I got a nail removed and it hurts. Figma, let's go. I love Figma, so I'm gonna. I removed it, didn't I? I thought I removed it. Let me do diagram, daily sync. No, this one should be alright, I think. Okay, so the idea is shit. Okay, so the idea is if we look back at how this one, we have frames, and then we have, what was the other one? Here, objects. Okay, we have these two. The memory, this is how the memory looks like, right? So in the frames, let me see if I can put, I don't know if I can put it in, you're gonna deal with the white screen, people. You're gonna have to deal with that. I did took notes, Yellow, I did. So we have frames, but we don't, this one is called Figma. Sorry for your eyes. So, maybe I can change it. Preferences. No, I cannot change it. Okay, I cannot change it. No, not Scal. Not that one. Not that one. So what we have to do is to try to find how this one would look in that one. I believe that what is it gonna do? It's gonna create a. I was gonna create an object. No, sorry, a global frame. Like this, with this in. Okay. Okay. And then in here, there's gonna be a freaking, how did it call it? A doubler. And this one is gonna be, can I? All right, here, too much here. Hacker rank, I never tried it. Hacker rank, I never tried it. And we need a pointer to another object that is gonna be here. Can we make you? Oh no, this is gonna be like this. Let's make you like this. Okay. This is the object with the entire definition, I believe. There's a 4 in it. Oh, wait. Wait. It wants us to draw this one. So if we draw that one, it's gonna, for sure it's gonna save somewhere, right? Am I wrong? Am I doing? Wait, let me put myself here. Did you understand what we have to do, chat? Did you understand? Anand's happy to be here. Did you understand what we have to do? It's like we have to represent what happens to the computer here. I believe that is like the first. So first row. I can hear Hank's brain going like, oh my god, I wanna do it. I wanna tell them how to do it. And in 1 second, it's gonna be, can I please join on Discord just to tell you how the homework works? Be ready for that. So we have to describe how the memory looks like through each one of these lines. So the first line is gonna be, I believe, first line is gonna be creating the doubler, this one, like this definition. And it's gonna point to this formula. That's what it's doing. Like it's just creating like this one. Oh, can I just... Can I cannot. go away. Okay. It's gonna just point here. There we go. Non proprio. Each row with a global frame as the single box. At each row of the global frame as a single box? What? So should I add this one as a... Yeah, Prof, you've not explained yourself, but it's fine. So like, I believe it should be like def, like this. The global frame is a portion of the stack. A stack is a pile of rows. Yes. Yes. I believe that what happens first, like each variable should be a purple box. Or, oh, that's what you meant. All right. It's just a matter of like graphic. Okay, okay. What a pain. Like this. Oh, shit. Where did you go? Where did you go? There. Okay. So, it creates this definition that is going to send it to there. So, what happens in the formula is... but how can I do it like... I swear you're a pain in the butt. You're late, welcome in. So, like... once we run this... then it's going to create... first row, he does this. Second row, he does this. Oh, I know. This, we're gonna create another one, another object, because it's another thing, it's another row, kinda. Like this. Okay, with another point. What? Toma, you good? Can you come around for us? What? Can you learn English for us first? Or any other language that you can speak? What? Any. Look at the variable generation, include implicit. So also this one should be? Also that one? Okay, so also... okay, when I put X, is like... X is the starting of a pointer, alright? And X is the starting of a pointer. Alright, you're flying away. Good, have a nice trip. Have a nice trip in the sky. Anyway, so what it's gonna do, we're gonna also put this one. We said that X is the starting point of the thingy, right? So like this. And like this. Oh yeah, you're right. Let me move somewhere else. Sorry. I also don't know. I also don't know. So that's what happens. I think. Then we have blah blah. I don't know. Then what it does, after he created this thing, what he's gonna do is... it's going to create another variable, L1. And it's gonna make... oh, this looks so good though. It's gonna look like this, like a list. Add math. Can we have you... okay. And then... oh, I didn't want to remove you. Sorry. Okay. And then we have doubler. It's going to start that one. And then it's just gonna be... Is it gonna save? It's not saving it anywhere. What? What? Ank, this... I have no idea what you're expecting here. Hi, Scully. Hello. I don't know what you're expecting here, Ank, at all. Like, what? Can I just try it out on the thingy? Can I just try it out here? Like, we never did this. I think that this is fair. Ew, Jillian. I'm expecting nothing. Try to run the method and then check it on the website. Alright. Alright. Let's see how it goes. So what it's gonna do is like... Oh, okay! No. Oh, doubler is gonna be... Doubler L. It's a function, that's it. Just one altogether? So it's gonna skip all the other passages? It creates... This one is basic. In a new frame? In a new frame called doubler? What? What? Is that how it works? Shit. Okay, I was really not expecting this one. Okay, cool homework. Next one! Oh, shit. Okay, we have to modify. What? Keep going, it's done. What? Keep going. Oh, wait, what? It was done. Oh! The Forge, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Hi, Reg. I thought it was done. I thought it was done. No. So so what it does is like as soon as you. So when you run this one, right? So then you show this one. And what he has to do is like he has to actually give you the value of it. So it's gonna go def, blah blah blah. And then it's gonna make for I in range. It's gonna create. Oh, that's why the I is inside of there. Se ti non ci mando solo, kinda, cara, kinda. I'm not distracted. It's just very difficult. So that's the reason. And I is gonna still change in there. Return value none. So for I in range, blah blah blah. So then it's gonna stop. Okay, makes sense. Okay, fair. All right. We did amazing, chat. We did amazing first one. First homework of the day done. Cool. Next one, we have to modify the previous homework. Am I in the right position here? That's fine. We have to modify the previous homework, the very first one, so that it asks who has more fans, and then we also have to add new artists and try to call the API. Okay, let's do the first part first. Okay, so we duplicate this one. I don't know what Ank is modifying there. Hey. Okay, so we have... Oh, just because it was... Oh, pain. Okay, so we have it like this. Okay. It's panical. It's panical. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. For you, thank you. I appreciate you. Gracias por la suscripción. Hola. Gracias. Hispanic, I appreciate you. Welcome in. What's going on today, people? What's happening? Anyway, moving forward. So this is the code that we wrote before. And now, if I'm not wrong, this is how it looks like. The website that we have to evaluate. But here we have to put the ID of an artist. He already gave us some artists here. Like, let's take Queen, which is 412, all right? So we put their ID here, and we should have we have this dictionary. Oh, Isnet! Hi, Isnet, how are you doing? How is it going? It's so stretchy. Go with Italian. I'm gonna look at the homework. I'm gonna look at it. But this is the second part. This is the second part. This is the second part. We don't care. I'm gonna look at it later. It's a problem for the G of the future. Okay, and from now on, to give tips, you have to use BDs or donations. So you're not gonna want to do it, you know. I know that there is this part. I read this part, but I skimmed through. I'm fast. I'm an adult with ADHD. Not true, but it's, you know, I know what it says. No need. I just need to know that it's a problem of the future. All right? You are fast at ignoring stuff. Yes, if you send me a long message, I'll read 2 lines of it. Because I'll get the whole vibe and then just go, all right. Okay? You cool? Am I wrong? Am I wrong that this is like for like the second part of the problem? Tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me that I'm wrong, gang. Shit. I'm doing good, Sheesh. How are you doing? And tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me that this is not a part from the second part of the problem. Tell me. Come on. Come on. Have the courage and the guts to tell me that this is not. Silence, huh? Okay. Silence. What is announce you good? Alright. I don't care. You read everything and then you proceed. No! I'm doing the homework as I want to. Reading is for nerds, exactly. Anyway, what we have is... Here we created a definition that is get albums. This is gonna be get... Why do we have get fans? Do we already have the solutions? Oh, you didn't even realize? We already have the solution right here. Who copy pasted this one? No, it's not it because like ratings for fertility, yeah. What is that code? Who wrote that? I did not. Let me see what is this one. Like if I'm not wrong, in the previous homework we have like a better way. Like he wrote it down in a better way. He wrote... Where did you write it? You didn't write it how it looks like? You didn't write it as it looks like. Let me check up back here. Do you people see number of fans or something related to fans? Content artist, medium pictures, artist, small pictures, blah, 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 blah. Picture medium, blah, 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 picture, blah, blah, blah. Image, artist, number fans. There we go. That's it. That's it. You're right. You're right, Vasya. You're actually smarter than me. I could also made it a little bit bigger, you know, for the sake of everyone's eyes. So we have number of fans. That's... So wait, I'm not understanding this homework. Change the homework 1 so that you have to find who has the most fans, not more albums. And then we have to add more artists. That's it. That's a super easy homework. What the heck? So we go here and NB. Oh wait, this is still albums. NB fan. Okay. And then open, blah, blah, blah. We're gonna open and then keep asking why. Keep asking upper equal blah 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 to artist random sample blah. Who has the most oh, who has the most fans between and oh fan oh shit, why I cannot do things? To artist fan. Okay. No. Get albums. Oh no, this is get fan. I don't remember. I don't know if it's right. When she gets a long message. I ain't reading all that. I'm happy for you though. Or sorry that happened. Kinda. A2 albums and A2 fans. Okay, else 2. So feedback, user answer not correct. To artist fan. I keep repeating fan and now it's getting into my brain for sure. Has fans. Well, fans. Easy. It will work. No, random blah blah. What was it? Oh shit, what was written there? That was not the right one. Where is it? Shit. Okay, here. Artist name. That was artist name. This should be alright. Right? Let's go try it. Who has the most fans between Muse and the Rolling Stones? I think the Rolling Stones. Correct. Muse has blah 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 blah, while Rolling Stones has. It's fine. Oh my god. It's at least it's working. At least it's working. At least it's working. My eyes. It should be alright. We have the previous one is here. The previous one was here. So now we want to add more artists. Let's go read the second part of the homework now that we need it. Let's add more informations in our. You have to people tell me if I'm the only one. I haven't read the second part of the problem because I know that I will most probably forget. And instead of like wasting time now, I know that it's just no. And I know that it's like. Why did you change the variables in the first part of the code? Because it was not tidy. It was not tidy. That's it. Here, there was like number of albums. 8 album. We like it to be proper, you know? Anyway. Here I knew that my brain was not going to keep this. And after... Listen, Hank, it works, right? Stop it, mama. God, I swear. Imagine having Hank as your dad that is teaching you math at like 10 p.m. on the kitchen table, and you're there crying, and he just doesn't care. As a client, oh my god! Imagine having Hank as a client, and he got like something delivered wrong. Oh my god, what a pain! Oh my god! I'm gonna do like my dad did. I'm gonna go buy cigarettes and never return. Shit! Shit! You're learning and what you see? Oh, nice! Himnahil, happy to be here. Happy to be here. Wait, did we change the... We did not change the category. Okay. Now it should be better. Plan was learning Python from Ank and she died. Oh, shit. So, to find the ID, because we have to add more artists, right? To find the ID, it's necessary to use the API search from Deezer. Since he likes us, he already prepared a script that we can modify in Get Artist ID. Just change the list of the artists to search and computazione. Okay, let's go back. Oh shit! I was expecting like something small. No. Okay, so this is the search. These are search artist API, and this is it. Okay, to be searched artist, we can add more. Tell me more artists that you know. Tell me the name of artists that you like. Maybe they're not gonna be there. Ariete? Who is Ariete? Someone known, please. Henry comments. Alright. Oasis. Pink Floyd. Not sure if this is gonna find it, okay? Billie Eilish. And I know that right now, Ank is thinking like, I don't know who's Ariete, I'm sorry. Panetti. Do you think that is Panetti on Deezer? Il must... Listen, okay, Diego Nasca for sure. Not sure if they're gonna be there, okay? Let's try like this, okay? Okay, Daft Punk, okay. Not sure if it's gonna find Zeb, okay. Not sure if it's gonna find all of these, alright? Let's just try these, okay? So what it's gonna do is blah 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 blah. The results are nothing. For artist in to be search artist. Request get these blah blah params q artist strict on JSON. Okay. If len or data blah blah blah. Print no match found for artist. If elif length data blah blah match found blah 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 blah. Okay. Find an ID map and it's gonna do. Let's try to run this one. This is competi get artists. Run. What? Oh, IDs. IDs. We were missing something. Artists. Where did I wrote artists? Artists. Artists. Multiple matches found for Panetti? What? Multiple... Wait, I don't know. So it said one match. Just one match. What? I did it on purpose. Where? No, one match for Elio. Okay. Then we have multiple matches for Eminem. Most popular match. Okay. Multiple matches. Multiple matches. Multiple matches. Multiple matches for I Prevail. Oh, you can check their pictures. Yeah, this is I Prevail for sure. I want to see. Oh my god, I want to see what pictures they put for Panetti. Billie Eilish, Drake, Panetti. What expecting something weird, but not this weird. Shit. Shit. Okay. No match found for Diego Nazca? Why? Oh, because I put a space after, maybe. No, why no? Why no Diego Nazca? Why not Diego Nazca? He's not on Deezer? What? Is it maybe he has like a different name? Let's see. How is he called on Only Nazca? Only Nazca? Let's go for it. People, if you're wondering who are these random names that we're saying, Panetti and Nazca, these are Italian streamers and artists. I think that they are gonna punch me if they know that I said like streamers before saying artists, but oops. Let's see for Nazca. Multiple measure for Nazca. Let's see Nazca's face. I think we got the wrong one. I think this is the wrong one. Something tells me that this is the wrong one. I'm not sure, but I don't think that is the right one. Clearly the right one. Yep. I don't think that is the actual one. No, I don't think so. It's Niska. No, that's Niska. Wait, what? Let me see on Spotify. How is it called? Nazca? Nazca, but maybe all big letters. Nazca after long. Okay. We're gonna keep Niska. Okay, it's gonna be Niska instead of Nazca. And then we have all the others. And the final ID map is this one. What we can do is just copy and we just put in the artist one here. Oh shit. We cannot copy these. Yes, we can. Yeah, and that's after a sunny tour. So we did it. We actually did it already. That's it. We can run this one and see what happens. Oh no, it's still gonna be doing that one. No, stop. It's okay, stop. It's okay. 3 compiti. There we go. Who has the most fans between Elio Lestoritese and Nazca or Niska? Nazca, Topolino. Which one do you think it is? Which one do you believe it's more famous or at least has more fans between Elio and Niska? Both of them are Italian authors. 2? I don't know. I believe that it's gonna be 1, but let's see. Not correct. What? True, because it's not the real. It's not the real Nazca. It's the Niska. Niska apparently is a big author. It's Niska. So apparently Niska is more famous than this Elio Lestoritese. Apparently, well, let's listen something from this Niska. Excuse me. Let's hear something from Niska. Niska. We actually has 4 million listeners. Niska is a lovely name. Look at this. He actually has 4 million listeners. It's fine. No worries, Adam. I mean, all right. After we listen to this one. Or this one is also very listened to. All right. Okay. Yeah, fair. French rap, it's actually good. Okay. Did we actually do the homeworks already? Did we already finish the homeworks? Did we actually? No, the last part? We did it. We did the last part. We did it. It said you could also, but we're not. Too easy, right? It feels like when you finish like a level on video games and it's just finished too easy, you're like, what? Yeah, it was not a real homework. I think because it knew that I was going, it knew that I was going to Turin, so it just gave me easier homeworks. Koku, I speak English in my channel because when I started back then, I was working and studying in English, so I kept it in English. Yeah, like a secret third boss face, yeah. Weird. Weird. Okay. Okay. I think we're done with Python for today. Alright. That was easier than what I thought it was going to be. But now we have web development and you know it, right? We're gonna go for web dev. Web dev is gonna, for sure. What is that video? Alright. We do have Leon Noel coming up. Last time, what were you doing? One last, I appreciate you. Last time, what were we doing the last time with Leon? Actually, we have 10 minutes because I said I was going to start web dev in 10 minutes. I'm actually on time on the very first schedule. What's up? What's wrong? I'm gonna get myself to... What we can do in this 10 minutes. I announce, hi Shipek. We could do a tattoo in the meantime. We could do a suck it up. Here? What do you think about it here? I think the suck it up, it would be cool here. On the side of the arm. Like, imagine I'm studying and working and you see this one. Looks like I'm a tough person. Yeah. Ah! Why do I like this one? It's like, suck it up. And then it says like, everything is gonna be okay. Which isn't such a bullshit, but... How do we do this? Coffee first. I have to exfoliate the area. Succhetto. Hi Doodle! I have to exfoliate with one of these things. With the primer wipe. Then I have to peel it off. Avoid wrinkles. Leave it on for 60 minutes. Avoid excessive movements. What happened?
Hi GGGGG.
Hi Ego Go Dead. Hi! Thank you so much for 100 BDs. Then I have to leave it on for 60 minutes. And then, like blue or green at first. It will darken in 24 to 36 hours. So if I do it now on Sunday, you're gonna see their actual tattoo. Let's do it. Let's... We have 10 minutes anyway, so... I'm reading everything now, of course, because this is like... about my skin. It's like... Primer wipe for 30 seconds. Can you count for me, chat? Can you tell me when I'm done 30 seconds? Are you counting? Yeah, trasferello. Thank you, Mochi. Thank you. Keep counting now! Keep counting! We're not counting. Yes, you are counting. How can I keep, like... It's not like... All of you come together. Shit. How can I keep 20? When did we get to 20? How did we get to 20 already? You were at 16. Okay, 30. I believe you. And now 30 more seconds because he has to dry. Did I do it everywhere? 30 seconds to dry. I also have a fan right there. Hey Siri. Set a timer of 30 seconds. Thank you. I know this one!
30 seconds.
I know this song! I know this one! This one is actually good. Okay. Then, while we wait for that one, where is my suck it up? There we go. Fais la gros. Ah, I know it! I know this one! Fais la gros. Il connaît pas, Charo. Okay, thank you. Timer is off. Thank you for the pets. Okay. Okay, let's open this one. Okay. Peel off the two backing, this one. Only peel off this side, okay. Oh shit. 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 I'm having troubles. The entire channel is set up, like, works on timers. Well, you were not here one time that I did my hair blue, and I also cut them in live, and that was way worse. Ah! All those conversations about, no, I don't have any problems about having long nails. It doesn't change much. Shit! How is it peeling in the... Okay. Sticky side down, okay. No, it's getting like... Okay. Oh, there's also this... Oh, shit. I don't... Oh, shit. Okay, listen, you're watching this. If someone else comes in, we have to say... Is it in the right spot? Kinda. If someone else comes in, we have to say that I got a tattoo, alright? We have to say that this is my new tattoo. Okay, secret. When you overgrow nails, yeah, I have to go. Actually, on Sunday, I have my appointment to go cut them. Hi, Hello, Paradox! Nothing, just showing chat my new tattoo. Sick, isn't it? Did you see this? Yeah, I know. I look cool. I know. Thank you for telling me. Yeah. I would look like Popeye? What the fuck, just because of this? Yeah, like, it's fine. No big deal. It's just a tats. That's how we call it. That's how tattooed people call our tattoos. Tats. Yes. Yes, that's how yeah. And we still have 2 minutes left. Let's go. Shall we do one more? Tattoos are hot. I agree with you. But I don't feel like I have the power to do it. I never felt like I have the commitment to do that one. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? Let me go get a snack. Be right back here. Coffee, snack, and we chit chat. I'm so authentically cool. Yes. Did you? Can you please point out at my tattoo from time to time, like randomly? Can you just be like, "Hey, G, what do you have on your arm?" It's my new tat. Yeah. I know. Did you see my new tat? No big deal. I'm gonna get myself a snack. Be right back. Give me a second. I'll leave you to some French music. You tried, kid one. Look at what we found. By just doing some Python, we found back. Hi, Jelly Ship. Hi. Yeah, no, it didn't hurt much. It's fine. I'm cool, you know, tough person. It didn't hurt. Didn't hurt. You don't understand what it says, so that's why I like it. Is it that bad? Roro, are you from France? This is just a chair from IKEA. What if I fly? Oh! Ashkelon, I swear you are a 3000 IQ brain. Of course I'm gonna be like, do you want some juice? And then I'm gonna squeeze it. Oh my god, Ashkelon. Fuck, you're a genius. Oh, hi! Thank you for asking about my new tat. It's a juice box saying, suck it up. Juice box G, aka Juicy G. I like Juicy G. My new name for the streets, you know? No, not those streets, for like the bad places, for the jail, for the prison. There we go. But thank you for my cool tat. Yeah. Isn't it? Hi, by the way. How are you doing, isn't it? The last time with web development, we did some bad CSS. Do you remember? Do you remember this? Do you remember this one? No, never find a work. You sound like my parents' shit. I don't care, because I'm gonna be the boss of myself, because I don't care. That's why I have tats. Anyway. Who's their first time here in only 1 hour? Why is it? Oh, because this is not because this one is a networking. Right?
The room and think about like, what room am I in? Who am I?
Yeah, no. This is not a class. Rant and review. No. Wait, are we lesson 11? Is it the right one? Are we at the right one? Yeah, this one. Yes, we are on the right one. What do my parents think about my tattoos? It's fine. They don't care. I killed my parents. You know? I don't care. I'm not yeah. Pudding is still alive and shit, isn't it? Shit. If you're wondering, isn't it? It's from Ukraine. What does Pera think about it? She actually finds me cool. She thinks that this is a very edgy kind of tattoo, so she really likes it.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so welcome in. If you're new to this, we're gonna learn some web development now, okay? We are right now at the class 11, taught by Leon Noel, this big guy right here. Amazing, lovely guy that has the purpose of teaching you the basics of web development just to get a job. People are gonna be like, oh yeah, but you can use this other thing. This is like bringing you from 0 to 60%. And by 60%, I mean like the level where you can actually try to get like a job. If you're like being like stuck in a work that you don't like and everything like that. It's just gonna teach you like how to master it. Like how to do like basic things, alright? Like it's gonna teach you how to do bad code, how to run it. And that's how I work, alright? That's my type of guy. And that's why we're learning this. We're in class 11. We already did some HTML and CSS. And then we're going to do some JavaScript. For now, we're stuck with CSS. CSS sucks, but we have to learn it. This one should say forever, Salmons. This tattoo is forever. It's for life. Anyway. Let me change the title. Web dev for newbies. Okay. Still your enemies. Anyway, this is you can also wait. This is we don't care about this one. I'm gonna also write from time to time a little poll just to ask you how it is, if it's too fast, too short, to ask you the feedback on how to play this video together. All right? Are we ready? Are we ready to start this one? This could be very, very cool. Even if it's your very first time here, you have no basics. This is super basic and it's very, very like understandable. And if you're missing some classes from before, it's fine. Just ask us in chat. We're gonna help you out. Remember that it's very useful for us to answer to your messages too. So when we help you, we're actually being very egoistic because we're repeating it for us. It was not a bundle. No, you can agree with me that there is better way to use CSS. Like data win. Anyway, ready? Are we ready for this one? I'll take it as a yes.
Now,
Skipping through because you know.
you might have some and then after that, you can manage your frustration to get
Okay.
back on. No more. Keep sure you're doing your and keep care.
Okay.
Alrighty. Today we are talking about our media queries just post work for all the layouts. So certain layouts required media queries. If you look at the slides, it literally said underneath the slide to use media queries or not.
You hear more correct story? I'm mute. Sorry, you're right. I need to fix the volumes. I forgot about that. So I need the alerts to be in another place. Oh, I need to do that. Wait, I need to put another pair of headset. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm here. By the way, I really want to get myself. Oh, the alerts now are super loud. You're right. You're right. I cannot do something normal. I really want to buy for the future like a big armchair. So whenever we're watching these videos, hi Adia. Whenever we're watching these videos, I can just chill in my armchair. You know, like just super chilled. Not volume mixer, but volume settings. Adia, how are you doing, by the way? How is it going? How are you doing for today? OBS, I needed to go in the blah, blah, blah. Where is it? Headphones here. And this other OBS in the headphones here. Should be all right. And then I do this, and then this one is gonna be here. This one should be going here. Should be okay. Okay. No, it is not. No, it is not. What? Why you don't hear it? Not in the full, but in value.
When we come back to go deeper into media queries,
Cool.
there's really not much more to cover with media queries. We're going to touch on them again tonight, and then that's kind of it. There's really nothing too wild other than like setting your viewport width and then writing some more CSS.
Okay.
That's kind of all there is to it. We're going to
So
see.
as you see, he's always doing like reviews. So even if you miss something, we're still gonna review it and we're gonna get through it together, all right? If you have questions, again, ask them in chat, please.
That tonight. We're going to play with them tonight, and then after that, you really don't need too much more. It's just buckling down and doing it. All right. Cool. All right. Tonight, we're going to just remind folks to network. We're going to talk a little bit about what the expectation is for this week and next week in terms of networking. Then we're going to review just some CSS basics, and then we're going to do a slightly more challenging box model exercise than we normally do. We are then going to look at some responsive basics, just reviewing some of the core tenets of responsive CSS. We're going to spend some more time practicing with M's and Rems. That seemed like a big sticking point for a lot of folks, and so I wanted to make sure that today is kind of a day for last review to look at some fun stuff. We're going to spend a little bit more time with M and Rems. We're going to spend a little bit more time with media queries because it seems some folks are getting tripped up there. And then we're going to build 3 layouts using Flexbox. I'm not going to go super deep into Flexbox. I think there are a lot of great resources that I've shared, some more that I put in the following materials today. I'm going to show you 3 of the layouts we've already done with Flexbox. We're going to talk through the decisions. We're going to see what Flexbox can do. And then we move on to JavaScript. Once we get done JavaScript, we'll come back and we'll build more feature-rich layouts that include Flexbox and maybe a little hint of grid. Cool. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and just break through the important stuff to start tonight. And then we're going to get into some of this review and then some of this Flexbox. Cool. Checking in. If you haven't checked in already, please do so. You can do exclamation point check-in here in chat. You can also always just click the link that's in the follow along materials channel or in the when we go live message as well. For folks that are new here, we're doing a 30-week software engineering bootcamp. If you want all
I still see the freaking, the loading cam, it's from Ank. Okay.
all the information to follow along, you can do exclamation point 100 devs here in chat, and it'll tell you everything you need to know about joining our bootcamp and getting along with us. Alrighty, folks. Thank you for checking in. I appreciate it. Big thing happened over the weekend.
Moving on. Let me just... Oh, here. Let's do the review. As always, you remember. Same
Alrighty.
old review.
I want to share those two things. I think they're encouraging. And then I love this gift. So
Jafar,
just
thank you for asking. This is my new tattoo. Thank you for asking.
because. All right, let's jump into it. We're going to do some review. We're going to look at some
yes,
Flexbox. We're going to call it a night. We might end just a tad early, just so you have some more time to work on your layouts. All right, golden rule, separation of concerns. Content goes in our HTML, style goes in our CSS, behavior goes in our JavaScript. Why?
Organization.
I love the yeah, right, and early. Organization. Exactly.
If Jack is 180 centimeters and Bob is 123 shorter than how tall is Jess? What? Why are you doing this joke? 77? Jess? 7? Oh no, it's not 77. I'm stupid. 57?
Organization. Regressive enhancement, another really important idea.
No, just... Am I wrong? What? Am I wrong? I said 57. 57. Is it not 57? Excuse me, 123 plus 57. Wait. Wait, what the fuck? No, it is. That's because she doesn't read all lines. Oh! Who the fuck is Jess? Don't tell Hank! Don't tell Hank! Please don't tell him! Don't tell him! Please don't tell them! Please! Oh no! Oh no!
To keep in mind, the core should be our content. We should have a little bit of presentation on top of that, and a very thin amount of
Moving
client-side
on!
scripting, which is our JavaScript.
Listen,
So as we
focus,
transition into JavaScript
focus.
on Thursday, super pumped for that. We got to remember that it should be a small portion of what we're doing because we want to keep our sites light and accessible to all that may not even have a high-speed broadband connection. There's a reason why Enderly is a bingo word, exactly. All right, CSS. Does CSS go in line? Does it go in the header? Does it go in a separate file?
Separate file.
Separate file, nice.
Separation
Remember,
of
you might have some
concerns.
inline if you're writing HTML emails. You might have some in the head if you're at Amazon, like Jeff is at Amazon, like 3 or 4 other 100 Devs alumni are at Amazon. We need to have like an Amazon channel on our Discord. In the head, if you're at Amazon, you might have critical path CSS. We put a little bit of CSS in the head so that the above the fold can render quickly, right? Or a separate file. Of course, we put in a separate file to adhere to separation of concerns. Beautiful. All right, chat. Let me open up Demo Pro here.
Ashkelon. Shit.
What is this?
A
rule
property.
about this.
A rule.
It's a property. Nice.
No,
It's a
okay,
property.
the
And
opposite.
we'll do one more.
Shit,
How
I
about
will never get it. And that's the
the whole thing I just circled? Declaration block, exactly. Remember,
The
rules are broken down into
declaration block.
selectors,
Shit, I will
declaration
never get
blocks.
it.
Declaration blocks are broken up into declarations. Declarations are broken up into properties and values.
don't
Beautiful.
get those.
Remember when we were just first learning this stuff? Remember how overwhelming that felt? And now
yeah,
you're just like,
imagine not
select
remembering
selectors,
these
declaration block,
things.
declaration,
Shush.
properties, values.
You
Come
would
on
be
now.
so
Let's go.
stupid if you didn't remember.
Let's go.
Shush.
Seems so long ago. It was like 2 weeks ago. It was like 2 weeks ago.
But wait, at what time did we put it this one
All right, remember,
on?
CSS is read
Like
from top to bottom. Stuff that
the
comes below
thing
can be
on it,
overwritten by
like, to
stuff that
make
comes
it
above
look,
due to the what?
Oh, we started like at 5, right? Yeah, okay.
Due to the cascade. Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Alrighty. We had selecting by relationships.
Parent-child,
When you see
okay.
the caret, we're talking about what type of parent-child relationship. When we see the caret, we're talking about a very
direct.
specific parent-child relationship.
Direct one.
Direct, exactly. We're talking about the paragraph that is directly within a section. So we have a paragraph, it's directly within the section. There's no other containing elements in between
No,
the section
shit.
and the
Yeah.
paragraph. Beautiful. Parent-child without the caret, doesn't matter how deep the paragraph is. It can be inside an article, it can be inside of any other character, inside of any other
Okay.
element. Doesn't matter. As long as there is a section with a P inside, that P will become the color red. Cool.
Okay.
Now, we have,
remember all
I change this up a
these.
little bit. When we have the plus sign, we're talking about
That's
something very
very
specific. We're
specific.
talking about the
No,
immediate
don't.
sibling. Some people call that
No,
the
that's so
adjacent
wrong.
sibling, right? Right? The adjacent sibling. So here, the only thing that'd be red would be hello YouTube, right? And it'd be hello YouTube because it has an immediately adjacent paragraph above it, right? Cool. Now, there's one other thing that we hadn't really talked about yet, but some folks were asking.
Wait,
We have-
wait a second, people. Give me a second. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yogi has learned their first bad word. Oh, can I please have claps in chat for Yogi and their first bad word? Oh my god. Yogi, can I teach you some others? Boobs. Oh my god. That's a very bad word. You can also say ass. Enjoy your flight.
A general sibling selector. It is the tilde. The tilde is typically above like your caps lock or your tab key, and that tilde is a general sibling. So it doesn't have to be immediately adjacent, right? It doesn't have to be the next one, right? So in this case, if we did P tilde P, we'd be selecting a paragraph, right? We have a span in the way. It doesn't matter.
No pickup line works. No pickup line works.
We also be selecting this paragraph. Hello TikTok,
gosh, goodness, I
right?
swear.
So there are a few other wonderful things within CSS.
Popo! I cannot bend my arm. Popo, thank you so much for the prime. That's the very first time here. Alerts is too loud, too low now? Ah, now it should be better. Now it should be way better. I appreciate you. Yes, Paul, exactly for that reason. Popo, appreciate you for that prime. Welcome in.
CSS, right? Right.
Yeah,
But it still kind of follows all the same patterns here. So adjacent means immediately after, and then general doesn't matter if there's something that comes in between. You're still gonna be able to grab the paragraph that's down below. Cool. IDs and classes.
Anyway.
IDs are unique identifiers, and it was to target one thing and only one thing. When you give something an ID, it cannot get another ID. That ID name cannot be reused on any other element. Classes, their way of targeting multiple elements at the same time. Each element can have as many classes as really as you want, and you can reuse those classes across elements so you can target them all at the same time. Cool.
Okay.
Alrighty, folks. What is the specificity of this rule? Go ahead and chat for me,
Oh,
specificity of this rule.
shit. Do you remember? So here we have an ID, which is here, 100 points. A span, which is a tag, 1 point. And a class that is here. Why did it? Like, listen. Yeah, it's a permanent tattoo. Someone subs for testing alerts. That's a little bit too much. Question. Why does he always put classes after the tags? Why is it? Why is it like, because he likes it better like this? Because me personally, I would put pizza, like the ID, then the class, and then the tag. If anyone can answer to me, I would really appreciate you. Thank you. What's happening? You good?
Y'all got.
What?
See,
What?
I've been setting you up.
How? Where?
Class
What?
after class. Class after class. I've given you this exact question, but I changed.
No, you didn't understand? Okay, no. The idea, like the order, yeah. Why did you put ID and then the tag and then the class? I would put ID, class, and then span. You can't write .gon span. Note that there is a space after the ID. Attack with class gone. Oh! Oh! Okay! People, I was missing a very big information right there. Christic, thank you so much for that. I was missing a very big information. I thought it was going to be like the same. Instead, it's like you have to put the class to the tag. No, you don't. No, you don't. It could have been only just .gone, right? Right? It could have just been .gone. Easy. But here we're putting pizza span. Yeah, right? Yes. So then, still, why couldn't it be like .gone span? Since you can hit every .gone, you're specifying only the spans with it. Yeah, so why like I'm not putting like .gone span? .gone space span. Because otherwise you would hit spans and they're gone. Then it would be span inside the class of gone. Oh, okay. Oh, there will be like a span that has as a parent gone. Exactly. Like that. So it will be like spans that has as a parent gone. That something that has the class of gone. Okay.
Just
Okay.
ever
Thank
so
you.
slightly.
Thank you.
Nobody bothered to look. What happened? Nobody bothered to look. What happened? Uh-oh.
We have it inline style.
Got.
Oh shit! I didn't see that.
So we
one.
have
You're
inline
fair.
style. What does inline style count for?
1,000.
What does inline style count for?
Yeah, exactly. Ludo.
Throw a
Thank
1
you.
on there. Throw a 1 on there. Throw a 1 on the board. All right.
the
We got at
second
least
cohort,
1,000
the
points for that
second.
inline style. Now, if you want to continue to count after the inline style, we'd have 1 ID, we'd have 1 class, and we'd have 1 tag.
All
Now,
right.
the reason I show you this is just to know, as you eventually leave the bubble of 100 devs and you're on a team, don't ever do this. Don't ever do this unless you're writing HTML emails, because nobody would look. None of you all looked. I didn't even look. So be careful. Don't use inline style. It's going to add way too much to the cascade. You won't ever see it. Your coworkers won't see it, and hope nobody you work with does it. You're like, I'm a baddie. I write bad code.
Okay.
I'll use inline style if I want. You can't tell me nothing, Leon. All right, if you want to be a baddie, be a baddie. It's up to you. Everyone's like, you circled the CSS. It's not fair. You
What
said
is
the
the
rule, not the
Odin
actual rendering in the DOM. True, that's true. All right, how about this one? How many points of
Shit,
specificity are we
Doodle.
talking about? Everybody.
Here. Remember P Robot Unicorn, this one. Hello Twitch. There is no in style. So we have Diet Coke, which is here. 1 tag, 2 classes plus 3. So 3 classes. 4 and 4. No, wait. We have once. Let me say it again. Let me say it again. We have 1 ID. 1 ID. 1, 2, 3. 3 classes. And 1, 2 tags.
All right, everybody's looking at every line. They're looking. All right, where's it at? Where's it at?
Right?
All right, there's no tricks in here in the inline style. We do have a bang important, so we know that that's a 1 for us.
Oh, Ripchoy
We
is
have
like the
1
11th.
ID.
The 11th class.
We have 1, 2, 3 classes.
Wait. Oh, shit. I did it. I missed the important one.
All right.
No,
We have
3
1 tag.
1, 2, 3.
So we're at
No, not 3 tags. 2 tags. Not 3 tags. 2. I was saying 1, 2, 3. The classes. But then doesn't this one count as a tag too? Because it says like, oh, it's the sibling, the sister. No? 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 Alright. Never mind.
1,131.
Move on.
nice. Box model. Alrighty. Remember, we talked a lot about the box model. I want to go ahead and do a box model
the
practice.
plus is like the sibling. So when they're on the same level, one after the other.
Just a little bit more tricky. All right, a little bit more tricky than we've done in the past. So
First try.
if you need the materials for today, you can download them in the Follow Along Materials channel
I'll
on
go get
Discord.
it.
And we're going to go ahead and open up the box model practice. We're going to, why is this class moving so fast? Because we've covered all this stuff before. This is all review for us. If you're new here, we have 9, 10 other classes that you can go back to and watch this as we move through. So we always start off with a little bit of spaced repetition. The first hour or so is review and seeing things from a different
where am
angle.
I?
But we slow down as we get to new stuff. Cool. Alrighty.
Way back.
Yep. Exclamation point 100 devs exactly if you want information. So let's go ahead and open up this box model practice.
Actually, you know
Index.html. There's also a
something? What
CSS
they
file.
sent
And if you open up the
me-
CSS file, there are
Wait, actually, someone sent me on Notion a very cool tool that they created to like just check on these things. Let me just go here. Oh my god, do I have to log in again? Log in. Estrella. It's not my idea, Estrella. It's just someone that sent me the things. 2022 cohort, this one. Yes. Let me see. Okay, so if you want to use this one to understand where we are right now, it will be easier. Networking, Twitter, blah, blah, blah. Learn how to Anki homework. Oh, but they're completed. Okay, they're like completed homework. We don't want the completed homework, right? We don't want those. Okay. Let's continue.
are
with this
4
one.
things to do. I'm gonna put 8 minutes on the clock for this one to see if folks can get it
shit.
done.
Is it
I'll put
that
8 minutes on the
long?
clock. We'll go over it together
So
and then
if
we'll take
you're
our
new
break.
to this,
Let's put 8 minutes on the
this
clock.
is your first time here. What he's using Visual Studio Code, which is a free tool that you can download. I'll give you a couple of seconds right now so I can also download the materials and I put them on Discord. If it's your first time, you can download that Visual Studio Code. I know you might be, oh, PyCharm is better. PyCharm is so much better. Yes, most probably. I don't know. I never tried it. This is just, we're just following along, you know. I'm putting it on Discord in our server in the announcements. Okay, so you can all see it. I'm not tagging everyone because I don't want to be a pain. I actually like Visual Studio Code too. Have you got the responsiveness and networking part, or is it the one before that? The networking part? Like we got after, like we just passed those. NeoVim is even better. Yes, most probably. I never tried it. And so we have the materials. Let me move the materials in my special folder. Did you have it? Did you download everything? I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna move it in my beautiful folder called Leon. New. Okay. It's very cool in you. We use it professionally every day and we never came back. I also think that it's really cool. Like from my not knowing anything, I like it. It's been like, it was like to be honest, it was a little bit of a pain to set it up. But fortunately I had someone that did it with me. So it was fine, you know. Before JavaScript, yes. No, I'm learning this one because most importantly, I want to do my website by myself. I don't want to depend on anyone to just do my website. Anyway, let me just open Visual Studio Code. When it only has a bad name parent. Windows? Is that it, Paolo? What? Oh, okay. I open folder. It was already telling me like error, like shit. We were talking good about you. Don't be a pain. Okay. So back again. Fair. Top right. There we go. So what I did, I just did file, open folder, and I clicked the folder that where I downloaded the files, and we go on.
We'll go over it
It's gonna
together
give us
and
8
then we'll take our
minutes
break.
to do this one in box model practice, CSS style and HTML. Okay. 8 minutes to do this one. Let's see. I'm gonna put speed 1 so we have the right time.
Alrighty.
And we go. Okay, so what we have to do, style. Give... oh shit, I always forget that this one. I don't. How can I make it that it goes? Let's just do this. Oh.
What do you need to do? You need to complete what's in the CSS file.
Okay, so we're all cool.
Go for it. You got this. Dig deep. Let me see if Spotify will come back on. I don't know why
I'm
it was
using
working.
Visual Studio Code. But he always talks during these times, so I always get distracted. Give a H1 some padding. H1 padding on two sides and 0 on the others. So 20 pixel 0. Margin on the sides with no padding. Margin is gonna be 0, 20 pixel. Thin purple border. Thin, so we'll say like 5 pixel. Solid purple? Purple. Without margin. On sides without margin? Oh shit, so this will be border top and border bottom. Oh, I need this one. If you want to try to solve it also for yourself, go for it. Bottom. Waiting fleet? Wait, you cannot see shit, right? Okay, this should be better. Okay. Was gonna gold background, but the gold background is gonna be gold. Must be exact color from the Hufflepuff crest. How am I supposed to know the Hufflepuff crest color? Yeah. This one? What the fuck? This one. Give me this one. We have stuff to do. We have to be fast. Do I have to put it like this? Does it have to be like this or not? It doesn't have to be like a text. Or does it? Maybe not, because it was... Ooh, it was giving me like this. Right? No need. Okay. H2 significant... And then that's it. Yes, H2. Significant padding. Padding. On the left, it would say... And right, and red border, okay. Border. Left. As it have to be solid, right? P10 PX solid red. Oh gee, everyone knows exactly the hex and RGB. I don't. Right. What again? It has to be a specific. Oh my god! Right. Mighty Morphin Power Ranger logo. What the fuck is? What am I even? What am I even doing here? And the orange background. Orange. And the Roboto font. Oh shit, Roboto font. Do I have to do it? Do I have to find the Roboto font? Shit, that's long. I don't remember how to do it, to be honest. It was like, I go here, Roboto, not Roboto Flex, just Roboto Moto. I don't know. No, wait, what? Fonts. Roboto. This one. And then I remove this one. I select regular. How did they change it? I say, oh, this is the one that I recognize. Regular 400. CSL rule to specify. So we put this one in here. And then we have to put the link, all of this, in the HTML, in the first part here. No. Here? I don't remember at what point do we have to put it. Do you remember if we have to put a CSS, the font before or after the CSS folder? Oh, I think after, because first we have to download and then we have to link to this one. Yes. Is it? I think that he's... Oh, still 2 minutes. Okay, we got this. We got this. We got this. It should matter though. Please give the section a thick magenta. So section... thick magenta border. Left. It's gonna be 50 pixel. Magenta. Border left solid. I was forgetting something. Solid magenta. Of padding. 100 pixel on top and bottom. So like this. And a 200 pixel of margin. I need this one because I never have it. Margin. 200 pixel. Where? On every side without padding or border. So only on the right. So that will be 0 to 100, 0, 0. Let's see. Spans. Thin Dodger blue border. Oh my God. You see, he's talking. Give me this color. Oh, not this one. Borders. Thin, 10 pixels, solid. This one. Padding. You want a bottom, so like bottom and right. Bottom and right, so it's 0, 50 pixel, 50 pixel, and 0. Light red background. Ooh. Like brown or like red? Red. Like coral, I would say. Okay. Oh my God. We should have made it. Let's see if it actually worked. That looks horrible. This looks horrible. Is it okay? Is this alright? Is this what he's asking us? Let's see. Like, you know what? This is how our... Oh, hey, move. Okay. This is how our looks like. Horrible, I would say. But let's see how does his looks like. Where is he? Here? Oh, you're right here. Okay. Let's go blah, blah, blah. In the end, that's how it looks like.
Figure out hex. That's kind of our style.
Hell yeah! No, we are not. That's why we're in class number 11. We have so much. So much. Look at this. It actually is like his. We did good. It's actually like proper. Nice. Nice. I think
the nuns are proud. Exactly. All right. It's time to take a break.
Okay, he's taking a break.
5 minutes on the clock. You're new around here. We like to be healthy.
Sure.
Right? We like to be healthy. We like to take our breaks. If you're able to, please get up, move around, stretch, hydrate, and we'll be back in 5.
Okay. I'm stretching.
All right, I'm going to start the timer. I might actually switch to the be right back screen just while I do something extra here. But we'll be back in 5.
See, I got a tattoo. Yeah. In, I would say like, show you. Like, there we go. Now it's like with the healing patch on it. It has the healing patch on it. Yeah, it's a permanent one. Yes, because I'm a Betty. Yep. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. So we take like this 5 minutes break from him, which is gonna be. Wait, what am I? Shit. Okay, just from him. Zucchino tat. There we go. I'm finally cool. Yes. The love my mods? No, it's not love my mods. It's a juice. Look, so like I can go like look at my. I cannot stretch it too much, or it's gonna be like. Actually, let me put it in the title. As the first thing, first tattoo. I have. Thank you for finding out. I don't know. My arms look like they're not that buffed in real life. Like, but it looks way more buffed than what it actually is. Definition of clickbait. There we go. Yeah. It looks good though. It looks really good, doesn't it? Alright, we are having like people. This is like your 5 minutes. There, like you have less than 2 minutes now to just rest a little bit, get yourself some water if you haven't, and then we get back to work. This is actually the definition of clickbait. Yes, it is. But I actually do have a new tag. Do you hear the music? It's coming from his video. The music is coming from his video. I decreased the volume now. Remind me to get back. You know what? I'm also gonna do like a little break of my headset that is always like hurting my ears. The gays are showing. Thank you. Actually, I haven't been doing like arms for a while. I did the first time today, and now. Did you hear my neck? Did you actually hear my neck? Yes, I'm kind of broken. Hello. Hi. People, have you been drinking water? Let me do a little water check on you. Water check. You good? You have less than 1 minute now. Rip neck. Hell yeah. Who needs a neck? That's some bullshit. But you see, like, imagine if I had the tattoos here. I think that I want the bumblebee. To be exactly here. And then I want to have the moth here. Like I want the knife here, the moth here, and then the Medusa maybe here. What about here? I think it would look good here. So when I'm wearing like the crop tops, like you can see it here. Right? What do you mean so all of them are fake? What are fake?
Thank you.
Who is fake? You are fake. Oh, let's get back. The professor is back. Professor is back.
Come on back.
No forehead. Shut up.
Alrighty.
They have to look
I didn't
like
play the playlist. I guess I just played that one song. Yeah, you had one song and then Spotify clicked out. Alrighty. Let's keep it moving, folks. We'll eventually have the Mashi and Simba cam set back up. Mashi was kind of sitting there staring at me.
Do you have tattoos on your face?
Bring the dog back. We don't want stream. We don't want to learn. We want dogs. Alrighty. Let's talk about some responsiveness.
Yeah.
Let's
Do you remember
play around with some M's and Rems. Let's play around with some media queries. A lot of folks still had some questions. I want to make sure we had like 2 more bits of practice with those things before we moved on to JavaScript, of course. When do we start whispering?
But I think that the bumblebee here on the side would look so good.
All right.
Like right here.
Cool. Responsiveness. Let's get into it. Back in the day, folks didn't care about screen size. All right, they didn't care about screen size. They'll make something one size, and it didn't matter how it looked on any other size screen because they didn't really have to worry about other screens. And then something.
Yeah,
happened.
people, this table, it's staying here until I find like, it's like more like an invite to people. If you want to come here and you want to be the new helper there, I'll be very happy. Hi, Jake.
What changed the world when it came to us having to care about different size screens? Yes, Steve Jobs worked onto that stage and introduced the iPhone, and the world was never the same. Of course, there were mobile phones before then, but things really started to get moving once that happened. Mobile phones exploded. We needed our content to not only look good on a desktop monitor, but now also laptops and then phones and then tablets. And so we couldn't just have a fixed WIF site. It needed to be responsive. Now, the core underpinning of a site being responsive is...
By the way, it's gonna... Apparently, this is gonna, like... If this was a fake tattoo, it was going to stay for, like, between 1 and 7 days as a fresh. And then for other days between, like a faded look from 8 to 14. Sadness. On the ankle, it stays more. On the hand, it stays maximum a week. Shit.
3 things.
Thank God it's not a fake one.
And content decisions. Fluidity kind of comes cheaper. It comes a little bit easier. If you're using things like percentages on your width or different layout or different box model S type things like Flexbox, you probably get that fluidity built in. So as long as you're using something like Flex or using something like percentages, you have that fluidity, meaning that as your size gets bigger or smaller, it kind of is responding. It's kind of looking okay. And that fluidity helps us in between our breakpoints, right? In between the things that we care about. Also, we have this idea of elasticity, right? Elasticity is this idea that we want, specifically at the beginning, our fonts to be sized in things like rems and ems. So all ems and rems are responsive units of measure, and we use them a lot when we come to things like text, right? Right. And so here you can see this idea that instead of putting a font size on my paragraph, I always forget that I still have this in here. I always forget that it's in here. Domino's, cut me a check. We have the font size, right, in 1M, and we have a font size in 1 rem. People get hung up on this, but all an M is doing is looking for its closest parent's font size. So if we're at this paragraph, right, we're looking for the closest parent with a font size. The closest parent to this paragraph is a section, and we can see that this section has a font size of 20 pixels. So the paragraph at 1M is really what?
Do you remember all of this that we did the last time?
It's actually 20 pixels, exactly. 1M in this instance is equal to 20 pixels because the paragraph got its base from its parent section. And that's how M's work. M's will keep going up the ancestor chain until it finds a parent with a font size, and that's what it bases itself on.
Shit.
Now, this leads to a very specific problem, though. It's a problem that can happen when you work with others, or maybe even yourself if you're lucky. What can happen that would hurt us when it comes to M's?
I don't remember.
Yep, Rossi, it does have to be a parent.
What?
Yeah. If somebody goes ahead and adds a different parent, maybe they put like this paragraph inside of an article, right? Some motherfucker comes in and changes something, exactly. They put this paragraph and say like an article. Well, guess what? If that article also has a font size, it'll never, right? It'll never go, right? It'll never go to the section. It'll grab its font size from the article, right? Now, sometimes this is inherited because the browsers have their own default size, but let's stay off of that for a second, right? The idea here being that this paragraph will always look for the immediate child. And so if somebody else in our team comes along, sorry, immediate parent, if somebody else comes along and changes that parent with a different font size, well, now our M's are different values, right? And so the beautiful thing here is that we have a solution to this. We don't have to worry about that anymore because we have rems. And rems always look at what? No matter what. They don't look at the parent, they look at what?
It's still confusing me so much.
Yeah, they look at the HTML element. They look at the root element, which is the HTML element, and that's it. You don't have to worry about parents. They don't have to worry about anything. Somebody in their this was Brandon with their Twitch mess. They subscribed and said, "Yeah, buddy, got my SAS to compile."
I just realized your nickname.
Glad you got your SAS to compile. That's hilarious. Shit. Thank you for the sub. When we're doing rems, right, when we're doing rems, it always looks at the HTML element, right? So we don't have to worry about somebody else coming in, putting a different parent, a different font size. It looks at the root HTML.
Okay.
Cool. Let's do some practice with this. This could be a tricky thing to work through. So let's get some practice in.
Wait. Root it goes all the way back. M goes the one before, right? Is that the difference? So root goes from here, like it goes all the way there, while this one just goes to this one. Correct? Should be. I was supposed to remove this thingy. I also like the things around it. So if you see me playing, I'm doing that. Okay.
Let's do some practice with this. This could be a tricky thing to work through. So let's get some practice in. And in our starter code from today, remember, if you always need the starter code, if you're new here, you can join our Discord, leonnoel.com/discord, ! Discord in chat. In our Discord, we have a follow along materials channel. Once you agree to our rules, you'll see the channel and you can download the zip for each class. So here we have the rem practice folder. So index.html, style.css. If you look at the CSS, underneath the additional styles, there's some things I want you to do, and you should do them in order, please. All right, I'm gonna put 8 minutes on the clock for this one again. 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Putting you again on normal. He's giving us a lot of time
Give
to
this the good old 100 devs try,
Run practice. Let's sleep. Shut up.
and then we'll go over it together.
Okay. Let me mute him because he's always chit-chatting too much. Always chit-chatting way too much. Make some text, px, more text and less text. Shit, let me see how this one looks. Some text. Oh, it's a class. Okay, so these are class. So, some text. Font size 12 pixel, and then we have more text. Oh shit. Oh, more text. Why am I writing the T's? You're right, Haida. 16, and then we have morte text. Last text should be 27. All right, we did these, and then double the font size of some text, more text and last text. Still using pixel. Still using pixels. Then I just wait a minute. If I double them, I just copy, paste it, and I just do 24, 38. No. Don't look at that, chat. Don't look at that. Please, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Okay. Please set a base font size on Heyo. EMs instead of pixel. Okay, so Heyo, what is Heyo? As a class. So if we go style, Heyo as a class, and we set it as, what are these multiples? Oh, this 6. Okay, font size is gonna be 6 pixel, right? No, here it says to use pixel. Here it says to use pixel. And then when we do these, we use EM. Here we use, it's gonna be 2EM. No, not 22. 2EM. Say, was it? Say, 12. It's not say 12, 16. Sorry. So this is 3EM. This is gonna be 4EM. And this is gonna be 27. 27? 27? I'm confusion. So is it? Wait. Wait. Math is hard. People, I struggle so much with these stupid things. What is 27? 27 is divisible by 3, so there should be, right? It's 9. Okay, oh my god. Yes. No. No, no. What? Yeah. Oh, 6.20. Okay, 6 point. People, in my brain, I was trying to find like the perfect number that could fit all of them. I was like, what number can it be? Like 12, 16, and 27. Like, what the heck is that? Anyway. So this one should be, and then, but then if we do it, anyway. I'm using M's, but only make one change. To do this one, to do one change, we do double, we do 8. And then please wrap last text in a new section with the class. Wrap last text in a new section. In a new section. How do I do that? This is my thing. I don't want to be helped by anything. Wrap last text in a new section with the class of Utoch and give it a base font like 40 pixel. Oh, should I just create it on HTML? Not in here? Right? What? Yeah, so should I just make a new in here? In HTML, I should do that one. Please fix your doubling of last text by converting to rems. What? Did you understand? Did you understand what we have to do? Chat, is there any one of you who understood what we have to do here? I don't. I'm completely lost right now. I don't know what he means. At all. Wait. In HTML, I should just make a new one. Wrap last text in a new. So just take it away from there and put it there. I just make a new one in there. So here I just make a new section with the class equal Utah. No, how did he call it? This one. All right. That's weird. Anyway, and then he wants to have a P or just in a new section with the class and give it a base font. I take this and I put it here. That sounds so weird. Web design has. Fix your doubling last text by converting to rems. Box model, no, we're in rem practice. Font size of 40 pixel. Font, so like here it will be like section. Auto. No? Isn't it like this? Why am I... Font size. No, it is not like this. Oh, Cyber, I also have no idea. I also have no idea what Uto is. Not correct. What? This one, there should not be the space. Try it. You're right. Okay, now it is here, 40 pixels. But for doubling of last text by converting to rems. Do you want to have the P here? Oh, but it has to have like last text. So in here is gonna be Utah. Last text. No. Like this. Huh? You think so? But it says like wrap the last in a new section. But it says like to wrap it in a new section, so it should be like this. Wait, let's see what he says.
That has 3 paragraphs with some lorem ipsum in there. All right. Thank you for everyone that told me about the lorem 10, lorem 15. Like when you type out lorem, you can put a number after it, which is pretty cool. Like if you do lorem. All right, if you do lorem and you do like 10, it'll give you the 10 the 10 words. Cool. It's pretty neat. So instead of having like the full big paragraph, you can control the amount of text. I did not know that. Leon, steady learning. I do. Look, here's my thing. If you teach, you should expect to learn. You should never teach without expecting to learn. Fair. The best thing I ever did to help my learning was start to teach others. And that's why I tell you all to do that on Discord.
That's why I keep telling you to
the day
like
that
to
you
do the
have
questions
to
in chat. That's why I tell you
the things that you're
it's
doing
so
and not just do
helpful.
them, it just solidifies all these connections in your brain. So if you're like, Leon, what's something I can do to give myself an edge? Help people on Discord. The neural connections just
we're
they get sucked
learning
in, you'll never
about
forget
people.
it.
How are you doing?
So yeah. All right, so we see that they have some text. Whoop, sorry. There's a class with some text, a class of more text, and a class of last text. They're just paragraphs with some text in them. All right. Please make some text 12 pixels. We'll do some text. And we'll go ahead and give it a font size of 12 pixels.
We did that.
More text we're going to do at 16.
Yeah, we did
Cool.
that.
Font size 16 pixels. And then the last one is last text. And we want that at 27 pixels. 27 pixels. Cool. All right. So we've gone ahead and done that. We've given them their actual font sizes. I'm just going to open this just so that we have it open.
First step, we're good. First
can
step
see it
was
as we need it.
fine. First step, we
All right,
made
open up
it.
the inspector too, just to have it open if we need it. All right.
Oh, finally.
Some text, more text, last text. What you're noticing here, some people have asked about this. I don't think we're going to cover it more when we get to JavaScript, but this is called camel casing, right? There are many different types of casing, and this is called camel casing. The first word is lowercase, and every other word is capitalized. In classes, you can't use spaces. Why can't you use spaces when it comes to classes?
Because then when you type it, then there's going to be a space.
Because it would just be another class. Like CSS will just recognize that as a different class that you're applying on that paragraph. It would be two different classes if you put a space. So to denote multi-word classes, I use camel case. And I'm going to use camel case through JavaScript, through Node. It's kind of the casing that I use always, unless I can't. This is also really dependent on like what language you're using. Some languages really value hyphenated. When you join a team or a company, they're going to have like the style guide for how they want you to name your variables and your classes and all that fun stuff.
All right.
Cool. Let's look at this next one. Please double the font size of some text, more text, and last text, still using pixels. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this real quick, and I'm going to double the size.
And we changed it.
Now, to double the size, what do I have to do right now? What do I have to do to double the size right now?
I just changed the number.
Quick maths, exactly. Gotta do some quick maths. 12 plus 12, 24. 16 plus 16,
32
31.
Has been learned.
Thank you for the engagement. 32. Y'all got.
We can come on
Boosted
case
my
and
numbers.
snake case.
Because there's some of
What
y'all.
is the snake
And I
case?
see, I go back and I look at the amount of people that,
Hi,
that
here's an
comment.
Mark Leon.
And there's some people that only comment when I do something wrong.
Case, best
See,
case.
I'm on you. I
Best
need those engagement
case.
numbers up. Secretary. And last text.
Oh, is that one? So
27 plus
Enk uses the
27.
snake case.
54. Cool. All right, let's go back to the page and refresh just to make sure it doubled. Yep, so it did double in size.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Alrighty. Please set a base font size on Heyo and make some text, more text, and last text those sizes, but use M's instead of pixels.
Okay.
So if you notice, they're all inside of a section called Ayo. All right. They're inside of Ayo. And so I'm going to set a base font size on Ayo. And I'm going to do font size.
Cool.
I'm just
What
gonna do
the
10
fuck
pixels.
is your nickname? 10. Oh, I don't. 10 is sucks.
All right, 10
10
pixels.
sucks.
And why would I use 10 pixels on Heyo? Why would I do that?
It's stupid. Why should you?
Easy maths, exactly.
Oh, easy math. Okay, fair enough. That's
Easy maths.
okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's why it took him 2 seconds, and for me it took so long to do it.
Alrighty.
Like,
So base size, font size of 10 pixels,
Yeah.
and then we can go ahead and do. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to overwrite it. So I'm going to copy it, and I want them to be 12 pixels. So some text, if I want it to be 12 pixels, would have to be how many M's? How many M's for
1.2.
12 pixels? Yeah, 1.2.
Okay.
Remember, because an M is going to look at its parent's container, right? So it's going to look at Heyo, and it's going to base its font size
Hi,
off of
Joey.
10. So if we want some text
Did you
to be
win
12,
today?
it's going to be 1.2 M's, right? Cool. More text. If we're going to stick to this M's, we'll make this 1.6 M's, right? 1.6 M's. That would give us 16 pixels. Cool.
Yeah.
And then last text at 27 would be
2.7.
2.7 M's.
Okay. And here we're good. We're good. You won. Nice. I'm trying so hard to get to gold.
Me too, Mush, me too.
It's so hard.
All right, so I think that should be the base. Let's go ahead and take a look. They should all shrink in half. Looks good to me.
I was Muchi. Why are you
Glad you think so,
laughing?
for sure. All right, so we have all of them using M's now. The base
Happy
font
to
size is
hear
10
Mario, by the way.
pixels. Great. Now, I want you to double the size of some text, more text, and last text, but you can only make one change.
You just
What
changed
do you
at the
change?
beginning. We write 20.
Only make
That's
one change. What do you change?
20 pixels.
Yeah. We make Heyo 20 pixels. So if we make Heyo 20 pixels,
I'm just fixing it.
that
Okay,
means
we
every
good.
M is now double
are
the
from
size.
Russia?
Right?
Hi,
No matter
I'm
what
from
the M's
Italy.
were, they're now double the size if they're getting their base from Heyo. Because Heyo went
That's
from
cool.
10, now it's at 20. So let's save it. And we can see that they doubled in size.
Oh, I didn't have to
right?
write it
Now
again.
this right
Oh,
here
true. I didn't have to write
shows
it
you
again.
why M's, right?
True.
Right? Shows you why M's
Cascade.
can be so tricky, right? Because somewhere down in the cascade, I changed Heyo from 10 to 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now all my text is double the size, right? And so the idea being here is that if you
But
are
wait,
working with somebody else that changes the
should
base font
remove it in
size,
a
or somebody
second.
throws a different container, right?
Very
Boom,
cute,
it can
curious.
double, and it can double further down the cascade. You could have 1,000 lines of CSS
Yes, and you're
in
gonna
between
need
this
that too.
code, whoop, this code, and this change, and you'll be like, where the heck are
Ears
doubling
are
in
actually
size from,
really cool.
right?
I didn't know. I never used them my
Alrighty.
entire life.
Please wrap last text in a new section. with
This
the
one I
class of
didn't
uh-oh.
understand.
See,
Beyond,
I write
I did
these
not understand
sometimes
the
like a week or
assignment
two
here.
ahead, and I forget the stuff that I that I type out, and then it makes me laugh. The Power Rangers one, it made me laugh. Like, why? What was I thinking? All right.
Wait,
Please wrap last text in a new section.
did he explain Utah?
Put ahead, and I forget the section with the class of uh-oh. See, I write these sometimes like a week or two ahead, and I forget the stuff that I that I type out, and then it makes me laugh. The
What?
Power Rangers one, it made me laugh. Like,
What
why
does
was I thinking?
Utah mean?
All right. Please wrap last text in a new section with the class of uh-oh.
Oh! This is oh. This is how you write oh.
Honestly, uh-oh with an H sounds more realistic.
That's not how you write it. That's not how you write
All
it.
right. Last text in a new section with the class of uh-oh. So let's go over here. Last text. We're going to wrap this in a section with the class.
Are you joking? That's what you were right. You were right. I just did not understand what he was saying. You're right. You were right, Machi. You were right. Okay. So the idea is like to remove all of this, and we put this one in a section, and we move this one. We move this one here. Go to the end, and we okay. And the section is a class Oddho, apparently. You were right. Yes, you were. Well, and give it a base font of okay, so Oddho has a font size of 20. Fix your doubling as font size 40. Fix your doubling of last by converting to rems. Oh, so like the idea would be like to last the text, this one should be this and rem. Right? Right? Let's see.
Of uh-oh.
Okay.
And so we're going to put this paragraph in there. Cool. So now last text is inside of a section with the class of uh-oh.
Yes.
All right. Give it a base font size of 40 pixels. So I'm going to go to uh-oh, and I'm going to give it a font size of 40 pixels.
Yeah.
All right. So I
Okay.
gave uh-oh a font size of 40 pixels.
Yeah.
Let's come back and refresh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's why he gave it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What happened? Before I Thanos snap away.
Stupid Leon.
What happened?
That's the reason why.
I changed the parent. Exactly. I changed the parent. The
Sure, we didn't check it.
the paragraph of last text, right? Last
Yeah, you're
text.
right.
Last text has a font size of 2.7 M's.
M.
Right? So it's a responsive unit of measure.
Mm-hmm.
It was getting its base font size from Heyo, but
Oh.
now that it's inside of
Well,
uh-oh,
even with rem,
and
does it go
uh-oh
all the way
is
to
the
HTML,
first
or does it go
parent,
to the
it gets its
the
base
first one
font
that it
size
has
from
it?
uh-oh, not from Heyo.
Uh-oh.
Right? If we look, last text is going to try and get its rem value, its M value from uh-oh. It's not going to get its
No.
M value from Heyo anymore.
Yeah.
Heyo is a parent further up. it always looks for the first parent. So since last text is inside of it stops at
So what does
It
Rem?
gets
Does Rem
its
go
40
to
pixels
the
and
one
not
the
the
most
20,
of the root?
not the 20 from Heyo.
Or does it go to
And
directly
so
to the
we've
root?
now seen two different ways that you can get got when using M's, right? You could have someone that doubles a font size further down in the cascade. You could have someone that introduces a new containing section with a different font size. And so to get around all of these troubles, you got. Thank you. And congrats, Speedwagon. Glad you're here. If you could get rid of all these troubles, the cascade troubles, the containing troubles by using rems. Exactly. So we can fix our doubling
How
of
do we
last
fix it?
text by converting to rems.
What is R?
Right?
The
By
root.
converting to rems. So
The
we
first
can
parent.
say, let's use HTML element.
Oh.
And let's go ahead and
no, we have to
set
go
a
to
base font size
HTML.
here.
So we have to go to HTML.
62.5%.
Oh, okay. So we have to do like HTML font size 62.5%. All right. No, HTML.
Right. And on last text, I'm going to change it to font size
0.
2.7 rem.
All right.
Let's see what this does, and we'll come back. Let's save. All right. Doubling went away. Doubling went away. All right. Doubling went away. And the doubling from Heyo went away as well. Right. We wiped the slate clean. Now, a lot of folks are saying, what's the 62.5? What is the default font size that comes from most browsers? Remember, if you're not using reset.css or normalize, right, there may be a base font size being attributed to the HTML element. And the base size, yes, is 16. So if you do 62.5 times 16 quick maths, you get 10 pixels.
Okay.
Right. So this is the exact same thing as saying 10 pixels.
Okay.
Because it's just taking that default font size. Now, why would I go through that trouble, right, of not just saying 10 pixels? Leon, why are you making me do math? I don't like math. Why are we doing math? He said, Leon, you said you don't need math to be a web developer. Accessibility.
There
Exactly.
we go. I'm perfect.
Some individuals that maybe
Perfect.
may have a visual impairment where they need stuff to be bigger.
All right,
They
Paolo.
actually will use a program or even built into certain browsers, the ability to set their base font size from 16 to 32, right? If you had hard coded this to 10 pixels, it would wipe their requested font size off the map. It would force it down to 10 pixels. But let's say their base font size, right, was 32. Well, then you do 62.5 times 32, and now you're at 20, right? And so the idea here is that you can do folks using accessibility devices a favor by not hard coding this, but just taking a percentage of their requested font size. And so typically you're going to see that be at 16 pixels for most individuals. But if they have changed it, you won't actually affect them, and you can still have your rems and eat your cake too.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. Light bulb just went off. Finally got it. Thank you. Hey, I'm glad. That's why I want to take some time to practice some trickier box model, to practice some rem and ems, and then we're going to practice our media queries.
Oh,
we were
that's
a little
fair.
late on the last break. Let's be a little early on this break. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Right?
5 minutes break in a
5-minute break.
1.5.
If you're able, please get up, move around, walk around. Let your eyes focus on something that's not your screen. We're
What
gonna come
we're gonna
back.
do during
We're gonna
this
do
break of,
another
like, his
practice
5
with media
minutes
queries.
break?
And then we're gonna look at some Flexbox.
Well, I mute him. All right. So you know what's happening? We're removing the thing from here. You ready? 1 hour already passed by, right? Yeah. It looks sick. Oh my god, look at this. Actually, I should go for it. Yeah, it's a real tattoo. Yeah, it is a real tattoo. Look at it. Suck it up. So when I'm like, let's see if it works. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe I should do it like, it's too straight maybe. Maybe I should have put it like a little bit like this. I mean, the tattoo artist should have put like a little bit more like, it's not like straight. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It will work. Aftercare. It will take 24 to 36 hours to dark. Blue to black depending on your skin. I'm very pale, so do you have big biceps? Yes, and your dad loves it. Anyway, how higher maybe, you think? But I wanted to show like when I'm wearing like these, I wanted to like, It's very just your mind playing with you. What? Now we did that? Shit. Cover tattoo will lose clothing the first night as the ink can transfer to any body part. Another body part. Oh shit. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to cover it. Avoid exfoliating your tattoo until you're ready to remove it. Actions like scrubbing in the shower, swimming in salt water will gradually fade your tattoo. No worries, I never go out. Continue to hydrate your skin by moisturizing daily and drinking lots of water. Wait at least... shit, is it telling me to drink more water? Is it telling me to drink more water? Wait at least 8 hours after applying your tattoo to moisturize or shower. Alright. No shower for me today. Not tonight at least. Gradually fade? Yeah, you know, like... real tattoos still, like, you know, they fade with time, you know, it's normal, Jofford, it's, shut up, how dare you making me like this, shut up, no shower, let's go, stinky night, beautiful, oh, people, how are you liking this web development? Are you actually following along? How are you feeling about it? They do a bit after years. Yes. Okay, listen. We have 1 minute on the clock. I'm going to take this 1 minute to get myself some water. All right? I'm going to leave you in his company. Wait. His company. Right here. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yo. I gotta go make lasagna. See you all on the replay. Hey, Sprocket, hope your lasagna turns out good. Why do you wear your headphones during classes? So I can hear the music and the alerts. Also, I have a really weird thing where my company used to be headphones in, don't talk to me, one headphone off, you can approach me but make it quick, headphones off, come talk to me. And so the odd thing that wound up happening because of that pattern is I can't do like deep work without headphones in. So a lot of times I'll be sitting with headphones in, but they're not playing anything, they're not plugged in, I just need them in to be able to like actually focus. Yeah. Here, soccer team, Man U, of course. DC or Marvel? DC all day. Not based on. If we're talking like actual comics, I love Vertigo more than anything. But
now I'm a normie. Shut up! You are a normie. My tattoo is cool. My tattoo is super.
Alrighty, come on back. Come on back.
I don't go to the gym every day.
I started something in the.
I might go tomorrow though. But they are open later, so I will be in time. It's fine.
Alrighty, come on back. Let me chill the music here. Being in the live streams is way more lit than watching them afterwards. Hey, glad you're here with us live.
Why you get it, Jude? Because I like it. Why not? I actually
have one other big thing I want to do before we get to a little bit of Flexbox, and then
I already planned another tattoo, like I booked with the tattoo artist. Here, one on the neck. Then I have like a moth here, and then I have a medusa here on the higher part of the belly, and then I have a small bumblebee to do here. I have they're all planned.
To our raid, and that's what I want to talk about is the last piece of the responsiveness puzzle.
You don't know Ezio?
Media queries.
You don't know Ezio? He's like
talked about elasticity. Maybe hopefully now with a little bit more practice with the M's and REMs, you can kind of see how you can get got and the ways you can get around being got by using REMs.
What is this tattoo?
The last bit is the content decisions, right? Now, the content decisions
my bicep looks so big. I need to
are just how we decide what is shown at different screen sizes.
What do you mean?
So
I know
we talked about Boston.com, when you are on
Details are so
mobile,
good. It's a juice
Boston.com doesn't
box
need to
with- you
show
can suck
you
it up.
this lovely like aside or list of stuff happening. If you're on mobile, you're probably in Boston on the T, you're probably commuting, and you probably just want bangers, right? Bangers only. You want the news, you want the weather, and you want sports. That's all you probably care about. So they make it really easy to see the news, weather, and sports on mobile, right? And they make decisions not to show certain things that you might have even on tablet, laptop, or desktop. So the last
It's
piece
my
of this
thirst
puzzle
for
are the
justice.
content
Yes,
decisions
yes,
you make
yes,
when you
yes.
are showing or
That's
making
it.
your sites responsive. And we make those content decisions by doing what?
I don't know.
Media queries. Nice.
What?
Cool. So media queries
Media queries.
are a way
okay,
of saying, hey,
that's what he meant.
while the
Okay.
screen is this size, these rules are in effect. The media queries don't give any extra specificity. They just say, hey, we want to try these rules in the cascade at this time. Right. And so before you might have seen screen, there's print, there's a bunch of them. I like to
Mochi,
think of these as
stop
like
being
zero.
so
Like you're just saying, hey,
smart.
between like for starting at zero, but
I'm
really
joking.
it's different media queries for different types of mediums. So you could have a media query for all different types of devices. You could have media queries just for like print, like when you're going to print something out. You could have media queries for speech, like things that are going to be read with a screen reader. And so you'll see these kind of different values at the beginning. And then right here, I'm
It
saying
will look
max
great
width
when I'm
of
70
600
for
pixels.
sure,
So
for
between
sure.
like 0 and
Well,
600
also
pixels,
now-
our H1 would be blue, right? After 600 pixels, the H1 would no longer be blue.
Really,
Right?
Milky? Do you actually send me a
Let's
picture?
go ahead and get some media query practice. So in our materials for today, we can close digital color media here. For materials today, if you're new, welcome. We're running a 30-week software engineering bootcamp. You can always get our materials on our Discord, exclamation point Discord in chat. In the following materials channel, after you read our rules, you'll find them. We're about to open the media query practice here. I'm going to open up the index.html and the style.css. If you're watching this on YouTube, hey YouTube, hope you're doing well. Go ahead and like, comment, and subscribe, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh no!
Diving into
no!
it.
No! Shit, what were we?
All right, 1.6.
Shit.
What do you?
I was going out to like and subscribe. I was going out just to
materials for
like and
today.
subscribe.
Digital color media here. For materials today, if you're new, welcome. We're running a 30-week software engineering bootcamp. You can always get our materials on our Discord, exclamation point Discord in chat. In the following materials channel, after you read our rules, you'll find
That's
them.
what
We're
you
about
do to
open
support
the
people. Honestly, this means so much for
media
a
query
content
practice. You're
creator.
going to open
This
up
means
index.html
so
and
much.
style.css. If you're
So
watching
much.
this on YouTube, hey YouTube, hope
I
you're
did
doing
like.
well. Go ahead and like, comment, and subscribe, please. Thank you. Thank you.
I did it.
Alrighty.
I was
So
not
if you
trying
scroll
to
down to
throw
the
you. I
CSS
was
at the
trying to
bottom
do
in
the
the
right
additional
thing.
styles,
You should
right?
also do the same.
In the additional
if you want to
styles.
support, you know,
Future Leon Big Brain, exactly. In the additional styles, you have some things I would like for you to do. I would like for you to, on mobile, make all the sections stack. On tablet, make the sections in main stacks. If you notice, there is a main area. Yep. And then on laptop, and then on larger screen. So do your best. I'm going to put 8 minutes on the timer again for this one. And we'll go over it together. 8
Shit.
minutes. Cool. Have at it. Good luck. This is in the media query practice. Additional styles at below.
All right. Oh my god, I don't remember this shit. I don't remember this one. Dislike all of my videos? Shut up, Milky. That's actually really bad. On mobile, so wait, how did you do the media queries? I forgot.
Queries. Nice.
Okay. Okay, with the media, we go from mobile. It's from 0. Oh. 0? You don't know anything about media queries? How come you don't, Mochi? How was it like from 0? Like just 0 pixel? What was it? Chat, we forgot everything. All equal 0. Oh, all equal 0? Really? So, and max with, we wanted to go to, what is a phone? Let's go check how big is a phone. Let's Google. Okay. Inspect. iPhone 600, right? Around 600. Where does it get to be an iPad? Do we have iPad? Oh, okay. Am I the height, not the width? Oh, you are. I'm stupid, people. My brain. I think that my brain is collapsing. It's slowly collapsing on itself. I need to close this one. I need to close this folder also. Let's go for. How would it be? We can do like this. Let's go for responsive. We can like this is like a phone size. This to me is starting to be like an iPad. 800. 800 is like an iPad, right? 800. Do we have to put pixel? 800 pixel, I would say. And then we put the okay, these ones, and then inside of it we decided, please make all sections. Do we actually? Yeah, section like that, and we want it to be stacked. How do you stack them? Was it like flex? No, it's not flex. How is the other one called? Float. Left. Let's see how it is like this. Let's see the one that we tried here. It's not RAM practice, but it's media query. Query practice index. They're not stuck. They're not. Float! Oh, the float. Oh, we already have it. So it's not all the sections stack. It wanted to be all of them like one over each other. Is that what you mean stuck? Yes. Oh, Rising, was that long of a meeting? We've been to Lyon since 1 hour or something. Resize the window. Oh, people, thank you for being my second brain. We fucked it up there. I think we fucked it up there. I think we did something wrong. How do we, like, by stack, it means one over each other, right? So it's not float left. And main stack. I'm so confused. Did we miss a class? Did we miss a class? What is in main stack? What is in main stack? One after each other instead of... So, if there is not this one, how does it look like? Excuse me. It looks like this, right? Oh, sections in main stack. Yes, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, Milky. I actually need it. Oh, that joke is not working, I think. Mix it up. Let me... Oh. Do we do... Oh, we already have... I don't know why that joke was not working. Why suggestion? To try to put colors? Alright. So, on tablet, which is from minimum width and the same, but we put it like big. Maximum width, we're gonna put like 1080 pixel. Section background color blue. Let's see. Right? What do you mean? How do I test the sizes? What the hell is on my arm? This one is my tattoo. You haven't seen it yet? I have a new tattoo. Anyway. Here, let's save it and then let's go check how it looks like. I'm so fucking confused, chat, I swear. I swear. So here is to check if this is correct. So this is the phone size, okay? Here we want something to happen, not just to become blue. We want it also to stack, right? So we said it was float. Left. Or should we use the one that he was using? A lot, no key, and I'm not doing it in any case. You see, are they all, because they're here, you see they're right here. Why are they there? Display block? You think? No, they're one, we want them to stack. I think that is one over each other, right? When you say stack, is one over each other. Thank you, Dodo. Thank you. Wrap? Wait, we did the frog things. Do you remember the frog things? Wait, how to stack sections and CSS. This is like style, blah, 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 blah. See, where is the CSS? I'm so confused still. How to stack elements in CSS. Let's go. Cheer, blah, blah, blah. Position absolute. Really, Nublex? How is it going? Display block should have worked. So you have something else going on. There's nothing else going on. Like, this is... Look at this. If you want, we can also just do all of this like this. And I can show you how it looks like with no CSS. With no CSS, it's like this. When we start to move around, nothing changes. Because they're all wrapping, right? That's the point. My same question, Marion. Same question. What does it mean by stack? Stack one over each other? One next to each other? What is the meaning of stack? Vertically, one after, like this, right? Is that it? So display, block, position. No, not position. How did you call it? Stack under one other. One over each other. Yes, exactly. Display block should have worked, but nothing going on. Float top. Position absolute. Where is position absolute? It's wrong, right? So what if we do float top? What happens? Oh, because we have to change it. Nothing happens. I knew how to do it with grid. Didn't you cover Flexbox? Yes. Flexbox. Was it the one with the frogs? Wait. Frog game to learn CSS. Flexbox. Okay, so it was align items. Do you remember this one that we did? So if we go back to the level 1, no, maybe level 15. Okay, these ones. This is how they look like, right? So what we did is like we put them in order with like, if we go to the very end, we remove all of this. So we have to do display flex first of all. Display flex. And let's see how it looks like already here. This, no, wait. It's already like looking like this. They're all here. They're all one next to each other here. And then we have to. Thank you, Rising, for being here, for real. And then we want to put them, let's see, justify. No, it's just justify. Aligns item, no. Flex direction, column. Flex direction, column. Please. Wait, no, hey, yo. It is not. Oh, I have to put the width. 100%. Wait, is it? Oh, he did not. Okay. Now it should be working. It did change. Fair enough. Oh, we didn't check the HTML. So we have a section. Oh, it should be not on the section, but it should be on the body. But then if we do the body, then... let's see if this one changes. No. Okay, so we have to put this on the section. Oh, hey, yo, chill. And then we do this. No, not selection, section. There we go, good job. And then the width has to be here. You think? But he wants all of the sections to be like that. He wants all of the sections to be one stuck on each other. We're supposed to put all of these sections stacked one over each other. This is the CSS. Every section, all sections stack. So that's why I was like section. That should be it, you know? What is it? In HTML, the first three... Yes, exactly, Marco, exactly. So how do we do that? I should think about it. So it should be the main, but not close in the middle of the section elements. Really? Wait. This one? Let's go check the Flexbox. You are right. It's on the pond, not on each frog. You are right on that one. So most probably it is not the flex. Most probably it's not that one. Display flex. Flexbox works on a container. So shall we work on the container? Shall we like just not do it on the section and just work it on the bottom and main? So like this, but I'm starting to get frustrated. So this is like this. We put flex direction with 100%. At least This one should work. At least, the point is like, at least this one should be like here, you know? Display block. Why block? Why do you think it's block? It's wrong. There we go. I cannot modify the HTML, exactly. Here's what we can do. Section style display none. And then body style background image. Archivillain, I know what you want to do. That is so wrong. That is so wrong. Wait, people, did you get to find a solution? Did you find a solution for yourself? Block because you are two section. Can't use display block because there are two sections in HTML. Yeah. Put this on main tag. On main, you think? On the main tag. What if we do main section? If we do this, what will happen? Oh! Not for the last twos, but for the last two, we just do this. And we do section. Yeah. Was it inside a section? How was it? It was a section inside a section. Let's put like a direct parent, maybe. Let's put a direct parent. We're close. We're not. It's bottom? You are bottom. Section. Oh, with oh, okay. Wait, let's do like this. I swear. Ah! Yes. Yes. Please make all the sections stack. Easy. First try. Nice. Sorry. Sorry for yelling. Hell yeah. Oh, you think that it's just this? Wait. You think that it's just this? Is it actually just this? Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so then on tablet, please make the section in main stack. They're already stacking! They're already stacking!
Amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
No country for old bots! What is your... No country for old bots! Thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in! Appreciate you so much. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Are the alerts too loud, maybe? But they are on mobile. Oh, only the one in... Oh... Chat, you are too smart. Shut up. You're too smart. You have no idea. You have no idea how smart you are. And I'm impressed by your giga brain. For real, for real, for real. Thank you for being here. So, we wanted to on the main stack. Not these ones. These ones, fuck you. Get lost. Okay. They're stacking there. On tablet, we want it to be tablet 1080, I would say. That's how I believe. Alright, Lucertola, I don't think that it's the best thing. Like, I don't think that your dad will approve. You know, because I'm already seeing him. I don't think he's gonna want to share me. So sorry. Anyway, moving on. No, could you your very first message? Hello. Telephone di. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. So like media, blah 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 blah. This is okay. This should be. Let's try it out. So here, let's go into the tablet. All right. Main is okay. This other no. Okay. In that case, no, that's people. No, chill. Hold your horses, all of you. For laptop, we have, instead of this, we have 2480? No, 2480. 480, okay. Keep the normal layout. So like, none of this. But everything should be light, but everything should be light green. Background. Oh no, I'm stupid. So all of it. Super culo. Like the fresh one. Super culo. Thank you so. Super culo. Shut up. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Appreciate you to be here. Hi. Appreciate you. Developer tools to see the different screen sizes, fair, but we don't really care about the real sizes. To make all of them green, what is the main thing that we have here? Buddy. Just buddy. Sniffing. We're smelling good as a fresh new ass soup. Buddy. Someone that is not Italian right now be like, wait, what? Ass soup? What? Background. Let me put that now. Like green. Alright. On larger screens. How do we do the largest? What is the largest? Like, how do you define the largest screen? Like here we have 2481. What is the maximum? It's fine. Oh, 480. Okay, let's go 480. Let's put... Oh! Like this? You just put one? You don't put it, you just do this? Do you do just this? Oh. It's the same, like this. So with, without min. Just like this. Let's see. So we have the changes from here, nothing. Here, nothing. Light blue. Oh, where is the light green? We need it. Oh, we need the min. Okay. Ah. One more try it. Light blue. There we go. 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 Beautiful job. Beautiful job.
Way of saying, hey, while the screen is this size, these rules are in effect.
What happened?
The media queries don't give any extra specificity. They just say, hey, we want to try these rules in the cascade at this time. Right. And so before you might have seen screen, there's print. There's a bunch of them. I like to just think.
We did all of this. Thank you.
And then boom, we hit that 500 and we see everything stack. And the reason why we would stack, right, is because we have unlimited what?
How did he do it?
So here's our normal layout. So 550, and then boom, we hit that 500, and we see everything stacked.
How did you do it?
And the reason why, let's just say a max width of 500.
Okay.
500. Look at it. When I go, and there are sections inside of bottom, but bottom itself is a section. They different things at the same time.
Oh, I can just do that? I can just put a comma?
Section, and I'll give them a width of 100%.
I could have just put a comma.
Nice. So let's go ahead and I just want the on main and bottom.
Here's the same. I also like that. I put putty. I put all of it in like.
Will media queries eventually go in a separate CSS file? They don't have to.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you mean I don't read you? You were saying that?
We need two different kinds
You
of
were
media
saying
queries.
that?
The min device width and max device width versus just min and max width, right? So make sure you always have this meta viewport in the head of your document. We added that to our template before. All right, time for some layouts. We're gonna look at some layouts that we've done before. Let's talk about floats. Psych! I'm not gonna talk about floats. We're gonna talk about
Stupid. He's so dumb. He's an idiot.
All right, so let's talk about some Flexbox. Now, I've asked you to read the CSS Tricks Flexbox tutorial. I have asked you to play Flexbox Froggy.
Yeah, Federico, we're also gonna learn
I've given you some extra
JavaScript
work if you
for
want
the
to learn more
back
about
end.
Flexbox. It includes Flexbox Zombies. It includes the GOAT Traverse Media's video
I
on
am
20-minute
reading you,
Flexbox.
Doodle.
It includes
Shut
a free
up.
CodeCamp walkthrough of Flexbox.
just
There's a lot of
didn't
vocabulary
notice
that comes with Flexbox that you have to learn. And by playing those games, it's going to be way more impactful than me like putting them up on the screen and then us
Exactly.
walking through them. So I'm going to show some quick
my eyes
examples
itch.
of the layouts we've already done in Flexbox, and then I want you to do those games. Like the games are just really helpful. And for me, like I always still
We
had to look
did
up
it.
the
We
Flexbox
already
stuff. Like
did
I always
the
forgot
game.
justify what or align what. Like I just could never remember the vocabulary until I added them to my Anki until I played those games. So play Flexbox Froggy, play Flexbox Zombies, right? That will help those things actually stick in your brain more than us kind of sitting here and doing them together. So I'm going to assume that you've already done some of that work, the Flexbox Froggy, you've read that tutorial, and so we don't have to sit here and work through the vocabulary together. You should already have it. I just want to show you some code. All right, warning. Actually, let me bring Tina up here.
Pick on him because I know him. He's also in.
All right,
this is
warning.
bad
I'm a
code.
baddie. I write bad code. None of this would make it into production. I just wanted to
I'm a
show you
baddie and I
as
write
an
bad
exercise
code.
into how we
Shit,
can
I
use
will
Flex
have that as a new
instead of the floatiness that we've been going through. All right, cool. Let's write some bad code with Flexbox. The first layout I want to do is TechCrunch. All right, so let's, if you want to, you don't have to follow along, you don't have to like type along. I think you should just pay attention and ask questions. So like don't rush to like text out. I will always share my solutions after class. So the layout that we have with TechCrunch is just this lovely like 3-column layout. That was so bad. I couldn't even draw a straight line. 3-column layout, right? And so we're going to go ahead and do that with Flexbox instead of floats that we've done before. So in the starter materials for tonight, I have the layout 1 folder, and this layout 1 folder is simply, the layout 1 folder is simply the code we did last time with floats. So we have our nav with the UL LIs in it. We have a main and we have an aside. So all of our core content is in
These
the
gigs
nav,
are
it's in the
nice.
main, and it's in the aside. Right? So it's those 3 key areas. And before, if we look at our CSS,
Remember, they
we
should
did
have told
some
you, like, there's the
floating,
link, Leon,
we did
and
some
link chat.
whiffs, and that kind of how we got those 3 main areas to sit next to each other. So with Flexbox, if I want containers, or if I just want everything to sit next to each other, what could I use? I'm using Flexbox and I want stuff to sit next to each other. What do I want to use? Display Flex, exactly. So on all the containers, I want to put Display Flex. And so if I want nav, main, and the aside to sit next to each other, what is container? I could like go ahead and give it a container, but it already has a container, which is the body, right? So let's go ahead and I'm just going to comment out all this CSS. Boop. So all that CSS is commented out, and I'm just going to be a baddie and write bad code, and this on the body do Display Flex.
Okay.
Save it. Let's go ahead and open it.
Arshad.
That's pretty damn good.
Clear
All right,
fix
next.
hack? What is that one? I don't even know that one.
It's there, right? We got the core layout. There's nothing else we have to do, right? They're all sitting next to each other. They're taking up the space based on the content that's inside. We're done. Next. All right, let's look at this other one here. Let's look at layout 2.
I prefer so much grid.
Bangers only, exactly. Layout 2. So layout 2 is Khan Academy, right? So Khan Academy has this lovely like nav, and then it has like these 2 areas that are sitting next to each other, right? Like these 2 areas that are sitting next to
really
each
that
other.
much?
Cool. So that's kind of the core layout. If we look at the HTML, we have the header with the nav inside of it that we're gonna have to kind of get those sitting next to each other, right? And then the main, right? Main has two things inside of it. It has like this section here and this section here that I want to sit next to each other, right? So I got two areas I need to sit next to each other. And so whenever I want something to sit next to each other, I have to just use that display flex. So I'm going to start my CSS. I'm going to comment out all the CSS that we had here for the layout. Boom. That's commented out. And so I'm just going to start fresh in my additional styles here. And I know I want to start off with
Enjoy
like
your food, Rising.
the nav
Thank
sitting
you for
next to each other.
helping
So
us.
let's just go ahead and do nav and do display flex.
Oh, really?
Right? I want the navs sit next to each other. So let's just see where we're at. All right. So the nav is actually sitting next to each other, right? It is sitting next to each other. I also want the actual LIs to sit next to each other, right? Like I want these LIs sitting next to each other. I don't want them stacking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to my CSS.
Really?
And I'm going to add the UL to the things that are also getting display flex. Cool. So let's go and see what that
Did
looks
you
like
notice
now.
that, Advey?
Great. So now
he's
each item in the
I
nav is
think
sitting
that
next to
his
each other.
background is too
Each item in
green.
the
No,
UL
it's
is sitting
not,
next to each
green
other.
enough.
Just with
So
display
he's
flex.
like
Don't hate
taking
me.
his beard and
Please don't hate me.
entire hair.
Cool. Now, there's something that we're missing, right? Like, there's something that we're missing. If we look at the actual Khan Academy, like there's space around each of these elements, right? And so,
And that was
if we want to put space
justified.
around things, well,
Right? Or yeah.
we have the ability to put space around
Or
things if we want.
not
and
a
so
line,
we could.
justified.
I'm just going to do it on a separate line, just because I know I'm going to add some other stuff to where display flex is. I could technically do this together, but I'll just make it a little bit easier to see. So we have this thing called justify content, and so with justify content, I could just say space around, space between. So I'm just going to say space around.
Okay.
And let's save this, and let's go back, and let's refresh.
Oh.
All right,
Just better.
we're getting there. We're getting there. So the things have space around them. The one thing that we're running into is that the UL
No, this
doesn't
sucks.
have enough room,
Not at all.
right? It's trying to put space between each of the LIs. It just doesn't have enough room. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that this UL has more room when I do the space around. And
Yeah.
so if you want to give something like you would normally we would solve this by just like doing like a width, right? Just do a width. So we just go on the UL and we'd give it like a width so that the stuff inside of it had more room for space around, right? So there's lots of ways to do it. But since you're already used to percentages, let me show you flex basis. And so flex basis is basically just like percentages when it comes to flex. I know I'm kind of cheating a little bit there, but save it and let's go back and take a look. All right.
All right.
Nice. So now the UL has more room. So when I do the percent around, right? When I do the percent around, it has more room, and we're pretty much done with the header. Like the nav, I think, is pretty damn close. We got space around everything. We didn't have to do any quick maths. We just flexed the
It's
container
cool
of the
how
nav and the UL.
actually
We put space
went
around them
on
with the
the-
justified
in the
content, and we gave the UL a little bit of breathing room so that the stuff wouldn't like overlap. Cool. All right. Last thing we have to worry about is the sections inside of main, right? The sections inside of main. So we want the sections inside of main to be display flex, right? We want them to be display
of
flex.
course,
So let's go ahead and try that. Because we want this section to sit next to this section. So instead of having to do like percentages and float, we'll just add main to our list up here.
Okay.
And let's see where we're at. All right, great.
Oh,
So now the
not bad.
this like section is sitting next to this section with the image. The image is way too big, so I'm just gonna go ahead and give the image a width. Like I'm not gonna worry about like flex or anything. I'm just gonna say just for now width, I don't know, 30%. Cool. All right.
Oh, so much
So we have
better.
them sitting next to each other. But there's something weird happening. What we're noticing is that this one right here is it's justified to the left, right? It's justified to the left, and so I kind of want it like in the center. And so if I want it like what space on either side of the image, what should it be?
Space.
Well, I'm just gonna give it space around, right? Like if there's only one thing and I have space around it, it's gonna be centered, right? So instead of having to do like other justified contents, let's just go ahead and
What?
I don't know, add main section,
Oh.
right? Because now that'll just give space around it, right? If we look,
Oh.
main section, right? Space around will be in a good spot. So let's refresh.
No.
Did I save? Oh, I didn't flex it. I didn't flex it, right? So the main section can't get it because I haven't flexed it. So I'm gonna do main section. So it has display flex,
Yeah.
right? And now it should be able to take the space around. Let's save
Really
it.
important.
Beautiful. It
Better.
has space around it.
It's space
right?
around
Has
it, but it's
space
not on
around
the
it.
left, like
Oh,
right
shit.
side.
Look at this piece over here. So what I actually want to have happen is I only want this one to have space around
So
right?
you put image.
I don't
or
want
you
this
put,
one.
like,
So
give it a class.
first child, just the first section
That's
inside of
how
main
you
should be
do
flexed.
it. You write first child.
Damn right. All right. Wrap.
All right.
So let's go ahead. Let's step back through that one. That was a little tricky there. Let's
What do you
get
mean
back.
it's really
Let's look at
old?
it. So we've just kind of been adding things to be flexed, right?
Who's
When things are
leaving
flexed,
us?
they're happy to sit like next to each other. They'll take up the space that they need.
All right.
I wanted some space
didn't
around my
work on
content,
second
and so I
child,
just keep
third
adding stuff to be
child?
flexed, so they'll sit next to each other. And I keep adding stuff to justify content space around, so there's space around it.
He's
That's
Leon.
all I'm
You
doing,
do exclamation
right?
mark Leon.
And
you
so
have
the
all
problem that I ran
information
into
about
right
the
there was,
scores.
wait a minute, if I'm putting space around each thing inside of main section, like if every single thing inside of main section is space around, that works great for the first section because I want space around the image, right? I want space around the image. That makes sense. But I don't want space around the H1, the paragraph, the anchor tags, right? If I put
Yep.
space around all of these, we wind up where like they were all sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
So what I did is I just didn't flex this one.
No, it is not.
I
It's
just
funny.
flexed the
It's
first
just on
one
YouTube.
because that's what that pseudo selector was.
Free
That pseudo
for
selector,
everyone.
first
That's
child,
his,
right? That pseudo selector,
mission.
first child. All that was saying, hey, just flex this bad boy. Don't flex this one. So yeah, if we look at our old CSS, we had like whiffs and margins and floatings and percentages and all this other crap. And now all we're saying is flex it, put space around it. And if I need a little bit more space, give it a little bit more space. See Leprechaun say,
Go for
yeah.
it, Doodle. Thank you. Thank you for passing by.
Still very fluid up until a point, right? Still very fluid. So the responsiveness is still there. Even though you're using flex, the responsiveness is still there.
Because we're using the percentages.
Cool. Let's do the last one and then we'll end. Not early though. All right, let's do BBC. So when we looked at BBC, we had like a nice
Just the
header.
last layout.
We had
Hold
like
on.
these two big
Hold
boxes
on,
sitting next to
chat.
each other. These like 4 boxes sitting next to each other, and then the last one was pretty easy, just sitting next to each other. Right?
Exclamation
let's go
mark
ahead and open
Leon,
up
and then you have it. It's
and of
funny,
course, I'll
cool.
share all these with you, so you can come back and watch this again. You can play around with the flex. All right. Then look at layout 3. CSS. All right.
Thank
Here's
you.
the original.
Oscar, thank you for being such a good
solid
helper. I
layout.
appreciate
Nothing too
you.
wild there. I think these don't need to be floating next to each other, but this is what it was
How
with
many
just regular
times
old
did you
CSS.
have to write Leon?
And if we look at our
today?
regular old CSS, oh crap, I have it in here. Ignore this. Oh, actually, you know what? We're out of time, so I'm going to. Here, let me comment this out. I forgot that I gave you the answer. All right, I'm gonna comment this out. We're gonna look at the old CSS first.
So long.
So here's the old CSS. All right. We have our header with like heights, and then we're floating. We're giving widths. We're giving other widths. We're giving expansions. We're floating other widths.
shit.
Percentages. Ugh. So much work. So much math.
No.
And instead of walking through, I'll just undo it. We'll do more practice on Sunday with Flexbox. So if you're like, this Flexbox stuff is cool, come back on Sunday and we'll do more together. All right. And here's the solution.
Oh, we already have the solution.
So what I did here is I have my nav UL main, just like we did before. I am display flexing them, right? Just flexing the nav UL, the main. Because I want everything in the nav to sit next to each other. I want everything in the UL sitting next to each other. And then I want everything that's in my main section sitting next to each other as well, right? So, and I gave them space around. We get rid of this stuff just to see it, right?
Okay.
So this is the nav UL main, right? Display flex and with space around. Let's go ahead and refresh. There we go. This is our nav with just flex and space around. Same problem as last time though. It's pretty good. We have space going around each thing, but I want more room for this UL to sit next to each other, right? More room to sit next to each other. So I want that to have more width. So that's where that flex basis comes in again for Hole, right? It comes in there because I want that to have more room. When you're trying to, like when the flex is trying to do its calculation, I want that to have more room. I can come down here and say, hey, UL, I want you to have flex basis of 60.
Okay.
Right? That's just
With
going to
that
give it more room.
indentation.
More room. We do that.
No,
you
it's,
go.
I put it 1.5.
It's so good. It's so good. Right? So good. That's it. That's the header. Right? And it works because everything is flexed. We're putting space around, and we gave the UL a little bit of breathing room.
Folks,
About to
really?
do
They
it.
need it? They need these?
Right? Cool.
How come? What's your
Um,
job?
Let's look at the stuff below it. So the main is
Not
looking
you.
good too.
I'm
right?
I
Main
do
is like looking
these
good.
on
Except
Friday
the
and on
BBC
Sunday.
is being
Also on
considered
Sunday, we have
in the
another
flex,
one.
right? It's saying, all right, it's saying I have 3 things here. I have BBC, I have this section, and I have this section. Right? So what I could do is like figure out how to like not have this BBC be included in the flex, or I can just be a baddie and write bad code and just yoink, take the H2, throw it in the section and I'll worry about it later. So now when I go back, there we go. We got our two 50-50, right? The flex is sitting both of them next to each other, right? And what else?
Yeah,
did I
it
do
was
there?
mostly for also the others, Mochi. I know you know.
Let's see. What don't I like about this? I think that there might be a little bit too much room. And so if we looked at like main section, I don't know why I actually did this. Let's see. Let's try it out.
What? You see, also he has
do this.
issues.
Oh, there you go. I just wanted to have a little bit more room. Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit more room. I made it a little bit smaller, right? A little bit smaller so that I could have some room around, right? Because if we look, main is flexed, right? Main is flexed, and I have space around. So to have just like the right amount. Like if we look at the BBC logo, there's just a little bit of space on the left, a little bit of gutter in between, and a little bit of space on the right. So instead of flex like taking up the whole thing, I just wanted to be able to control that little bit without having to like figure out how to manage the gutter or anything, right? I just wanted to have just a little bit of room. And so if I knew if I made both of these like 48,
Thank you so much for
right?
19
That gives me
months.
2%, right? Right?
Oh,
Give me
yeah,
2% for all the
appreciate
the
you.
gutter on the left, the right, and in the middle.
Welcome
And so that's what I did. I said, all right,
welcome
make the
back.
sections
Happy
inside of main
anniversary.
48%, so that when the space goes around
What
it,
are
it's
you
just that little
up
bit of
to?
gutter, right? That's
With
it.
that little train in your name.
And then the last thing was I have these like 4 sections that should be here. And so right now they're not sitting next to each other. So if I want them to sit next to each other, I got to put display flex on them. And so that's what I did here. So I said, all right, look in main. Look at the section
Thank you,
that has a sibling that is a
V-Stacks.
section, right? So if we look,
Really loud?
main section, sibling
they're
section
not.
is the section with all 4 of those sections sitting inside of it, right? We saw
Oh,
this before in the
really?
last time we did the layout. Instead of putting a class on it or something like that, I'm just saying, hey, target this section, the one with all 4 of those sections inside of it. So main section plus section is that section. Display flex, flex wrap, and flex basis of 50%. And so all I'm saying here is, right, all I'm saying here is I
Really low?
want 50-50 for each of them.
Oh, low,
and then I
not
want them to be able to go
loud.
to the next
Sorry.
line. Right? I want them to be able to go to the next
Ashton,
line.
my
Right?
brain
So without
is
flex wrap,
going-
they wouldn't go to the next line. Right? As soon as you put flex wrap on it, it's like, all right, 50-50, boop, bring them down to the next line. Right? You could do, there are some other ways to do this as well, but since we're already thinking in percentages, it just makes sense to stay there until you get to play Flexbox Zombies and stuff like that goes in more detail. Right? And so those sections are going to sit next to each other because of the flex. They're going to wrap to the next line, and then they'll be 50%. We look. There you go. Now we have them all sitting next to each other.
Nice.
No need
good
to
looking.
worry about floating other percentages or anything like that. Got them next to each other. And then we have like this
Looking
last
good.
one here. All right, this last section down there. And this section has 1, 2, 3 sections inside of it. I don't want the H2 to be part of it, so instead of trying to figure out a hack for that now, I'm just going to plop it in this first section.
Digital content
And then
manager. What does a digital
Instead of having
content
to figure out the
manager
nested
do?
selector, I'm just going to give this a class of container.
So cool.
A lot of times I'll have like a container class that just has like display flex on it. Save that. Come back. Boom. All 3 of them are
Wow.
sitting next to each other now. And we got pretty much the core layout done.
Yeah.
All right. So if we come back and look at
Still
it,
some things to like fix, but
the real rhyme and reason is flex
Oh,
it,
I
and things
swear,
will just
that's
naturally
what
sit
I
next
was
to each other.
wondering.
They'll
What
know
does
how much
it
room to
do?
take
What
up. You
does
don't need to know the
what
percentages.
do
You don't
you-
need to do anything. You
how
want
do
a
you
little bit of room around, you put
manage
space
digital
around. If you did up
content?
here,
Like
you
how?
want some space
What
in
does
between, you
it
do space in
mean?
between. A lot of different just kind of
Dumbo.
words, right? And so it can really speed up your layout process. Hopefully you can see that like what? We did these 3 layouts in like under 20 minutes just with some quick terminology. And so please, I know this is your first time really kind of diving into
Wait.
it. We're not spending a lot of time on
is
it.
your name Furry Fun? No kink shame at all. We accept all the kinks. Is your name Furry Fun? As a digital content manager, I keep in touch with clients. Oh, free fun! Free fun where? I would be very cautious because to me it looks furry. Furry. You butcher your own name. Yeah, you did. I keep in touch with clients, write text, write code, make images to marketing, social media. Wait, what the fuck? You do way too much.
Right now,
So
but
much.
do Flexbox Zombie, do Flexbox Froggy, watch the videos I asked you to
it
watch.
looks
Then you'll click.
like
It's just a lot of
furry
terminology to work
fun.
through. Add them to your Anki deck. And then once you add them to your Anki deck, you'll be good. We're gonna learn some JavaScript. Right? We're gonna learn some JavaScript. Once we have JavaScript, we'll come back. Right? We'll come back once we know our JavaScript. Right? To build bigger layouts where we can click on stuff and drop downs open.
I have no time to explain. You have to accept or refuse. 2 big guys in Handlebar. They challenged me to a tag team match and I need a partner. It's time for you to come fight with me. Let's go. We don't need it. I'm gonna scare them with this. I'm gonna be like, okay, okay, listen, with this t-shirt, my arm looks even bigger than usual, so let's stop watching at it. But what? What? By the way, the video is over. Video is over. We did it to the 12. That was a tough class, to be honest. That was a tough one. I look very puffed. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna stop hitting the arms at the gym, I guess. I was not flexing. I was not flexing. This is like the only, okay, people, since I know there's a lot of like gym rats out there, this is the only spot that I want to thin out, but apparently it's getting bigger. How do I make this arm smaller? How do I make it, like I'm doing too much triceps? What the fuck is this? This is the only one that I want to make shorter. Thank you for appreciating my tattoo. Thank you. How do I make this one like this? Is there anyone? Deflated. Thank you, Solo Pierre. But my arm is perfect size. It's fine. No, listen. Each one of us has their own like things and ideas on how we want to be pretty and blah 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 la 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 blah blah blah. This is my thing. All right. You have one thing that you want to change in your body, right? This is my thing. Tsukino yoga, yes, it's a little juice. Cut it, thank you. Stop drinking water. Bigger muscle, tighter hug, as if I hugged people. Papa pero, stupid. You wanted bigger? Should I go bigger arm? I really like that this one is coming out. I really like. Only if I put the yeah, but geology is not a real science. All right, Serfo, you're going wild. You're going cray today for real. People, I'm exhausted. My brain, I think, has been doing too much for today. I am very tired. I think that tomorrow I'm gonna spend the entire day sleeping, watching TV, playing Valorant and The Sims. What do you usually do in your times off? Eat with legs? Is this... Federico, we already did them. Fede, we did them at 2 p.m. Fede, we did them at 2 p.m. No! Fede, you missed it. No. No. Netflix? Nice. GW2? What is that? Phil Buffa. Ciao. No, sono italiana, però faccio le live in inglese perché quando avevo iniziato stavo facendo il master in inglese, lavorando in inglese e boh, mi è venuto naturale farlo in inglese. Guild Wars 2, never heard of it. Study, write, travel, chat, Twitch. So like, if you have one day off, you travel? That's cool. I'm happy to be here. I hope you don't mind if I speak in Italian. I hope you don't mind. I'm, you know. Really? I never heard of it. Furry Fun. I'm gonna call you Furry Fun forever. Furry Fun. I never tried it. I'm actually looking for a new game to play. Let me give you what I would like it to be. I would like it to be a The Sims. But Minecraft and GTA all together. Hi guys! Hello! How are you doing? You were in Amsterdam. I was in Amsterdam too. How was it for you? Yeah, my bachelor was in Italian, yeah. Not Animal Crossing. Okay, not Animal Crossing. Too boring. FIFA 23 with Marcel? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You live in the Netherlands? Did you go? Oxygen not included? What is not oxygen not included? Or something else that I like, it's Professor Layton. It looks good. Oh no, it's like, no, is it one of those where you have to jump, you have to make the right jump at the right time? I get so bored. Been stuck on for the last 13 years. Shit. You can create race tracks and explore a lot in... Okay, let me see GW. Is it like a World of Warcraft? At least the graphics looks like that. The graphics are like this. And you have to fight bosses all together and all of that. Just, you know, hardcore game. You couldn't buy the water bottle? You didn't have to... I don't know where it is. You didn't have to buy it. They were giving it to you at the entrance. Guys, you missed out on the bottle? I got two. Like, I got one from Twitch and one from, like, a makeup brand. Oh, but maybe for partners, maybe. Maybe for the partners. Basta l'inglese avevi già adesso avrai anche l'immaginazione in inglese, ma ho paura che sia troppo difficile per chi come me è una cosa troppo... Do it. Everybody, do it in English. If your knowledge in English is not the best, you're gonna work as hard. Like you're gonna work harder. Who cares? But can you imagine how good it could be for you? For how you work with your brain? You're gonna be a machine once you get out of it. Do it in English. Everybody, I swear, if you don't do it in English, I'm gonna come and look for you, alright? Look at me in the eyes and tell me you're gonna do it in English. Especially if you can do it like somewhere else. Valorant, I don't think there's gonna be a Valorant stream with Powerone. I'd love to, because you know that he's like a star in my eyes, but I don't think so. He used to play LOL in the past. Who? Ank? The other day, he did like a late night stream with gaming, right? I saw it was doing with Nani. Right? He used to play a lot. Oh yeah, with Nani. Nani. What do I think about Ang that plays LOL yeah, I mean, he does what he can. He did it also last night, for real? Did you like it? Is it good at least? Anche se studio in inglese ho difficoltà, infatti faccio fatica a seguirti. Oh. Ho preso un insegnante su Italki, cerco ogni tanto di fare conversazioni su qualche server disco, non è che se la mia storia faccio molta fatica e aperto un po' di frustrazione. Yeah, okay, listen. Okay, let's have this last minutes to talk about September and in general, like the server which is ours, right? A lot of you have been asking me how can I improve English? How can I work on my English? And I agree 100% that the best way to improve your English or any language in general is to speak the language. Like, especially because that's most of the times what you use the most. So that's why we created the masterminds on the server, which are like slots of time where you know people are gonna join in calls and you can be there and just talk with them. And like practice your English because you know that they're gonna be there also to practice, or if they're native English speakers, they're gonna be there knowing that you don't speak English, so they are gonna be like slower and blah 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 and all of that. But it's not working out because I think we're missing something like I don't know. Yeah, I know. I would also love to join them, but most of the times it's difficult to join for me because either I forget or like I'm doing something else at the moment, so I cannot. It's been a pain, and I need to find I want to find a better way for all of us to practice our English. You know, I'm also able to speak and talking. Who cares? Of course, it will improve my ability. Yeah, I need to find a way. Oh, Julia. What a nice name. Julia, Masterminds is something that we created on the server, on Discord. So it's on Thursday and Sunday at 9 a.m., 3 p.m., 9 p.m., and 4 a.m., just to fix all the time zones. It's like a moment where we gather to like talk in English all together, and like it's gonna be like small groups. Ale, I don't know why. Do you want me to leave? So like, and the idea is like you join talking in English and you practice it. But the point is like we have to. It is a problem open to everyone, people. This is open to everyone. No need to subscribe. No need to anything like that. Tu es français, Gas? Tu es français? Ah ouais? Avant, j'ai fait un jeu en Valorant et il me dit que il y a des personnes qui parlent français et il dit que je ressemble français. Voilà. It would be something useful, something like watching a TV show. Sure. And chat about, oh, that would be also. Genshin Impact? Oh, yeah. No, Mastermind is just an event that we created, Eury. It's just like we call it Mastermind. If you go on Discord on our server, which is open to everyone, no need to subscribe, no need to shit, nothing. Like, you know that sometimes you have to, like, for italki, you have to pay the person that is gonna be there with you to talk, right? There is a channel called Mastermind. There's an entire category called Mastermind. Actually, I can show it to you, I think. Hoping I will not. Right. Hoping I'm not gonna, like, dox anything from... Like, if you go on Discord, alright? If you go on Discord, you go into the Masterminds. You have info. Here you have all the infos of when they should happen. We had these as the times where we wanted to do it. Here you can chat just to fix blah blah blah. My mastermind was impressive. Your English level impressed me. Blah blah blah. And then you can join. You just create the room. But we need to find a better way, people. This has to be. Oh, thank you, Julia. I appreciate you. Listen. Insert the meme image of Bugs Bunny and communism. This is our server. We need to help each other to improve our English. We all have the same issue. So how can we do this? She said nothing the whole time because she was outside. Oh, I thought you were actually complimenting someone. You're actually becoming toxic. Shit. You think English is enough? Oh yeah, French. You can learn French after you learn English for sure. No, it's not merch. This is not merch. But yeah, for the mastermind, I was thinking. Oh, by the way, oh shit, tonight, if you want to, if you're interested about like talking about how we can make this whole community better. Actually, we should have said it before, mods. Shit, we didn't do the event. Wait, what's happening? We're meeting tonight with the mods. I'm meeting with the mods at 8 p.m. No, you don't suck. Shut up. I'm meeting the mods tonight at 8 p.m. to just, mods meeting. That's it. And then I'm gonna be, after that, after we finish talking for like... How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that? After we talk for half an hour with the mods, an hour or so, we're gonna just join the lounge. We're just gonna join.
That's a fresh one.
Poopa. Fresh out of the box. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Yeah, half an hour from now. Yes, in a half an hour from now. Poopa, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. So like we're gonna be, I'm gonna be just talking with the mods, and then after that, for like an hour or so, we are gonna be in the lounge, talking to whoever wants, and just discussing. I don't know if lounge or snobs lounge, because we want to avoid trolls or anything like that. And we're gonna be like talking about how we can fix things, how we can also have your inputs and stuff. We should have done the. We should have done the event. Aria or anyone who's in chat, can you please do like an announcement now telling that around 8:30 we're gonna, around 8:45, say 8:45, we're gonna have a home town hall talking about how to fix things, and everyone who's sub is welcome. But I don't eat nothing of Italian accent in your spoke. Very good. Thank you, Giovanni. Appreciate you. An announcement plus an event. I appreciate you if you can do that. But yeah, that's the idea, because Tyrion, hi by the way, Tyrion. Or is it Tyrion? Tyrion Ita, sorry. To give the chat something if they participate. If there is any way to give to that's the idea. I want to like, maybe if we can create like a point or a reward thing for whoever joins the masterminds. And then you can, but then what do you use the points for, you know? What can you use them for? Maybe if we created like a better economy on the server, that could work, but I don't know. Badges or something, that's true. I really want to add, like, especially in September, I said people, September is gonna be an exploding month. I have so many things coming up for September, you have no idea. It's gonna be like our back to school. I want to bring like the badges thing on here. So from September, when you do exclamation mark check in, you're gonna be checking in, and you're gonna have like a streak. And if the more you come, the better things you get, and you also get a badge. No. You can talk about everything usually in the masterminds, but something that maybe we can do is like we can create like things you can talk about. G coins in the Discord and spend them in the metaverse. I know we have to implement those. Yeah, I am Italian. Mastermind are a scam. Because you know why, Luffy, they are a scam? Because you are babies and you need me to be there to remind you, come on, let's go to the mastermind, let's go. You cannot do it by yourself, that's why. Hi, Rising. Hello. Yeah, I know. I need to implement the gamification. We need to implement that. You're right. It's fine. I got used to you. And I appreciate you very much for being here. Hank decided to be a teacher. Okay, listen. What is happening? Okay, listen. I have options. B2 or B1? Me? Who? Are you saying everyone is baby? Yeah, everyone is a baby. Everyone who is in chat right now is a baby. Master scam. Shut up, he said. That's your very first message. Do you want your very first message to be master scam? What the fuck? Already open when I want to talk. Oh, you open it by yourself. First tattoo. Look at that. Look at this sick tattoo. Yeah. I wanted to... Oh, did they just finish streaming? Apparently, yes. Nothing is master scam. Nothing is master scam. It doesn't exist. Master scam is not a thing. It doesn't exist. Shut up. Okay, I'm gonna... You know what? We haven't been saying hi. We haven't say hi to this friend of mine for so long. Flexible bitchy. Thank you. We're gonna be rating a very friend, like a close friend of mine, like not close friend, we're not close, but I like to call her friend, all right? And that's how it is gonna be. So, oh, that's a joke. I didn't get it. Anyway, people, I super duper appreciate you being here today. I really, really do. You know that I honestly, genuinely appreciate you very much when you're joining not co-working things. So it means that you actually like me talking. And you're not here just to hear me silent. Snob Lounge, yes. But in the end, I don't know. It's just cool. People, I super duper appreciate you being here. We are back on Sunday again with the Nerd Day. All right, as today another... Look how sick it looks like that. We're back on for Nerd... Okay. We're back with the Nerd Day on Sunday. We're going to be doing, again, web development first. And then we're going to be doing some Python with Enk. Like in Italian. It's going to switch to Italian for like the class. And then on Monday, we go back to the co-working. If you haven't yet, go follow on Instagram. So if I have new informations and stuff, you see it there. In any case, I'll see you later on Discord, like in 1 hour and 15 minutes or something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna see you back there if you're a sub, okay? People, enjoy the rest of your day. People, bye.